Hey, Greg!
Oh. Apparently it was just slow because it just sent me 2 messages like, I'm already recording that channel.
I'm
Fine,
here.
Craig, be that way. Just respond faster. Miscommunication is the biggest problem to all the biggest key to all problems.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Just have Craig lag.
Craig lag!
Why did I hear that in like the Affleck voice?
That's pretty close. Craig lag!
Like, which used to be Gilbert Gottfried.
Yeah, it did. It's the shovel from Semaeus.
Yes. Oh man.
So, last time you had some strange wanderings through a tower and also slightly through
Time?
kind of, because there was...
Yeah, we broke time.
Due to a spell, you had some memories deleted and then reinstated.
It's because Tamari was the smartest of all y'all.
Basically.
And then you finally made your way back to Lord Sign and essentially turned him into a small grease spot on the bone landscape on which you were fighting on within very little time. That was like maybe a 6 to 8 second fight, basically. It just
pop back.
Yeah, it did not go well for him. Did not go well for him at all.
Quick question.
Great for me.
Do you need to burn the corpse of a necromancer because they could like come back as undead or something? Or
you're not sure. Even if you had to, you cannot. Like his corpse is on whatever plane he carried you all away to, and
that is
you're
true.
now back.
We dropped out of that. Yeah.
So if there is any way for him to return, you're not really able to go stop it.
I doubt it because he doesn't have his supercharger running anymore.
Yeah.
That's how he was doing most of his stuff.
Yeah, his experiments had been powered by what the locals had called Sign's Moon, which lowered from the sky and faded to reveal a Jinni that appears to be in pretty poor shape and thought that Zafine was a Loris, a name she recognizes. Very much.
Yes.
She's
And pick up there?
We pick up there.
Okay. How do you know
Dolores?
that name?
He kind of blinks and looks at you more closely. No, you're not a Loris, but your face is so similar.
She's my mother.
She's my sister.
Oh!
drinks all around.
Yeah. my twin sister. How could this... Oh dear. Oh my. And there's this look of understanding and recognition and sort of dread that washes over his face. He already looked weak, but he falls further down, kind of slumping down on his knees, and he says, She must not have much time left at all now. She must have been straining herself.
Wyatt, can you tend to him? And I go down to him. Time left? What do you mean?
It's... Look, I'm not sure where to begin. I suppose it would be best to begin at what would be the beginning for you.
A very good place to start.
I'd appreciate that.
So, a long time ago, my sister and I, and at this point, the tower begins to shake violently. The stone is beginning to crumble out from under your feet.
Let's go!
We need to get out of here.
Perhaps we had best save this discussion for a safer place.
Yeah. Can you make it?
I will.
Tamati, can you help him?
Absolutely. Scoop him up in my arms, just take off running.
Okay.
Some direction. I'm just like,
And I'm staying right by Tamati.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to weigh anything at all.
Most things don't, so...
Yeah, there is the sensation of something there, but he seems to be as light as air, which makes sense given that he is an air elemental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That would explain it. Sure. Yeah.
But
I'm just trying to keep up.
Yeah.
Chugging along. So we're technically on the roof of this thing, right?
Yes.
We were in the top place and the roof went away.
So...
We go back down through.
That's what I'm thinking.
Back down through. Warp.
Warping in the map.
As you step onto the teleportation sigil, it does not activate.
I'm just running around in circles.
Siege Maul? How high up
What
are
do you
we?
think? The ground's already cracking underneath us. What if Siege Wall's gonna make that worse?
Well,
can do
I
it.
just mean, if you knocked out the wall, we could jump out the side.
I thought we were on this. I thought we were on the roof.
The building.
They can
You
like
are on the roof.
Is that so? There's no like wall to knock down. Where I'm just on. We call jump.
There's a low wall. You're pretty high up, though.
I can levitate Tamati and we all climb on him and then he'll just float down.
I like this plan. Let's do it.
You only make it about 5 feet or so before the floor collapses out from under you. And you fall down to the next floor. There's rubble everywhere, and yeah, it's not a far enough fall to really damage anyone, but it's not comfortable either. There's rubble everywhere. The entire place is both shaking and it seems to be shifting with magical energy.
I hate magic.
Some of the stones are floating overhead, like swirling over you.
Sorry.
You're back.
And
What just happened? I missed that because I was causing feedback.
We fell through the ceiling into the next floor. There's like rocks swirling overhead and crap's falling around and shifting around us.
So like magic warping and crumbling at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. A whole lot of terrifying.
We can still do that levitate thing. If we got a clear shot to the sky, we can let this around us, and then
the rocks are moving so quickly it'd be like jumping into a blender.
Oh, okay. Let's not.
Can I use my
Let's
fan
not do that.
to blow the rocks away?
Can you what?
Use my fan to blow the rocks away?
You could certainly try.
Give it a shot.
Are there any exits? Are we just in like a hole, like a cylinder right now?
You're in one of the chambers you recognize from the teleport maze. You are like the teleporters all seem to be sparking and malfunctioning, but there are some parts that are collapsing. There's one part that appears to have collapsed almost into a staircase, but there are a few stones in the way that you might be able to move.
Tamati, go get the stones. I'll take Uncle.
Okay. Drop him on his shoulders, run over, grab my ski ball, just like golf swing him.
Okay. Roll an attack.
Take it.
Phone, work. Quit that. Cooperate. There we go. Hang on. Stress! A 4? What the? No! Let's see. That would be 4 plus 8 is 12.
That'll do. They're rocks. They're not trying to get away from you.
Well, I mean, they're swirling magic. And,
Yeah, so you shatter some of the rocks in the way with a couple of well-timed blows, and you are able to lead people down what appears not to actually be a staircase, but sort of just a ramp made of broken stone.
Close enough.
You are now in one of the lower chambers. You don't recognize this one. The organization of the tower seems to have changed since you were traveling upward.
I hate magic.
And,
What's in here?
There is a lot of...
Death.
I need to turn the music back on.
Yeah, we need music for this.
Atmos, you failed me.
There's a lot of rubble. It's hard to tell what this used to be. It looks like there are some vials from experiments that have been shattered onto the floor, some broken tables. It's not in good shape, and things are doing pretty poorly.
I don't want to touch any of that. Is there do we see any other ways to get out of this room? Like a door or holes or anything?
There is a door across the room to the south. However, it is the floor appears to be cracking in the center.
I run. I bolt across.
Okay, make... I'll let you make either an acrobatics or an athletics, whichever is higher for everybody. Do it, probably, if you...
I'm going to have Loki go with her.
Okay.
I'm going to start the side because I know I'm going to fall.
Yes.
Nice.
Are you kidding me? You
17 plus 6, baby.
All right, so yeah, you make it over easily. Like, Daniel, are you kidding me? Like, your athletics is ridiculous, and I don't know if you have rages left, but when you're raging, you get advantage on athletics checks. So keep that in mind.
That's true. But I have to keep making attacks if I'm raging, and otherwise, lose my rage. So I'll just fine. I'll run after everybody else has gone through. I'm gonna take up the tail end and just take off.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab the uncle from Shara while everybody's...
No, I already have him. I already have him.
Quickly, you jump or you fall. Those are your options right now.
Running
right now. Quickly. All right.
Can I spend a key? Isn't monk uses like dash? So, like, spend a key to like jump a lot farther or something.
Yeah, step of the wind.
Yeah, I'd let you do that.
Okay.
You said acrobatics.
Was that a natural one?
I got an 8 plus an 8.
That's why I wait for everybody to go across.
So, Tamati thinks that, like, you are just about to take the step where you're going to jump, and the floor falls out from under the foot that you're going to push off with, and you just, like, whoop, like, straight into the next floor down, taking, let's see, how much damage do you take?
Oh, dang.
You take 12 bludgeoning damage from that fall.
That's okay. That's okay. I can take it.
I got a 13 on my athletics check.
Okay.
I got 19.
All right.
I actually won't do the step of the wind thing. I just find myself.
Okay.
And should I roll for Samaeus too?
Yeah, he's out of the bag.
He's out of the bag. Cat's out of the bag.
Oh gosh.
Apparently, I'm not alone.
Crumpled metal.
All right.
Samaeus lands on top of me. I break his fall.
Yeah, Samaeus. Oops, that's the
Terrible.
wrong die. There's the other die. Samaeus takes. Samaeus takes 11 bludgeoning damage as he kind of has the same thing happen to him. He is about to jump, and the floor leaves before he is able to do it.
And I was going to skirt around the side. Thank you very much.
Some cat took all the ground.
Yeah. And
I had to listen to the advice of the DM. No.
Disadvantage on all your rolls.
No!
Athletics check.
I apologize. I had to change things around. My
Yeah,
computer's
so
lagging.
Samaeus slips down in and falls next to Tamati on the stone floor with a resounding sort of like kirk, like this, just like the sound of somebody like
welcome to the
hitting a
party.
piece of metal like with a stick. And the rest of you make the jump and are able to clear it. Let's see, did we get a roll from Mouse on that? I actually...
16.
Okay, so you made it as well. You are able to make it over the jump, and you find yourself at a staircase going downward. You begin to make your way down.
Can
There's
we
nowhere else to
see
go.
how? Can we see how Tamati and Timaeus are doing?
Don't worry about us. We're fine.
I'm gonna use message. Are you guys okay?
Then I'm
we're
gonna
good.
keep going.
We're good. We're good.
Okay.
I'm a tank.
Alright.
He's literally a tank, so we're good.
Yeah. Yeah, so most of you make your way down the staircase. It spirals around the outer edge of the tower, and Tamati and Timaeus kind of pull yourselves to your feet and look around. You do not see immediately an easy way out of this chamber that you're in. It looks like it is collapsed badly enough that it's going to be hard to find your way through anywhere.
Is it dark or just because of rubble and dust or what?
There's rubble and dust everywhere. There's enough light for you to see, but it's it just looks like the rubble is blocking most of the ways out so thickly that even with your siege maul, it might take you longer than you have to get through.
Sure, fair enough.
And
I don't have any low light
both-
vision or anything like that.
Both Timaeus and Tamati need to roll acrobatics now.
Oh no.
Come on, not natural 1. Oh, natural 5. Okay, that works. Athletics, you said?
Acrobatics.
Ah, dang
17.
it! Should have said athletics.
17?
Yeah.
Okay.
8.
All right. So
I stubbed my toe.
yeah, Timaeus manages to, like, he glances up and just throws himself to the side as some of the stones from the ceiling fall inward towards you. However, Tamati does not catch this just in time and takes a further 14 bludgeoning damage as stones from the ceiling fall and strike you on the shoulders. You're able to just kind of duck down enough that it doesn't hit you in the head, but it does not feel good.
Cool.
And the rest of you are making your way down around this spiral staircase. We need music again. This playlist only has the one track, and it does not auto replay. Yeah, the rest of you are making your way around when you come to a door that is... it appears to have a magical seal on it that is sort of sparking, kind of the way that the teleportation sigils were. It doesn't seem to be functioning. It's the only way forward. You have to do something about this door.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if there's anything I can do
You can.
on it? Okay, Arcana. That's a 13.
Okay, that is enough. You are able to spot that there is just something, like one of the runes has been kind of cracked, but if you just bridged the gap with a spell or something, even
I'm
if
gonna
it's
use
just
prestidigitation to fix it.
Okay, so you're able to bridge the gap that kind of closed the magical circuit, and the door just kind of like slides open. It looks like the staircase, as you look behind you, the stairs are beginning to fall inward. You only have a few seconds to move through.
Duck
the
through!
1, 2, 3, go!
Yeah.
dash.
And,
I'm gonna just kind of try and jump my way through spots that are breaking and try not
So
to
is there
fall.
any way to get back to like where Timaeus and Monty fell, or are we just running?
We are
Keep
running
going.
for our lives.
I'll catch
you're
up. Keep
just
going.
running. There's no way for you to get back right now anyway.
Okay.
So, Tamati and Timaeus have managed to survive these falling rocks. The floor is now beginning to crack and give way beneath you again.
Of course.
As it cracks, you see the tower kind of just on the side, just like break open and start to shift outward and downward. You can see that you are much further up than you had expected to be. In
Oh,
fact,
geez.
the tower, you can see now, the tower is not anywhere near the ground. You are looking down with a bird's eye view of what appears to be like one of the most dizzying views of heights you've ever seen. You are probably 1,000 feet up, and just like,
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
We're basically gods. I don't know what the problem is.
So maybe the tower was floating up instead of the moon coming down.
Monks have so far.
Yeah, so
Hold on to a monk!
It's
But
along
as
the
it-
side, or is there like ways to climb down?
you don't have this view right now. This is Tamati
Yeah.
and Sameas who are able to see this right now.
It's gonna be fantastic.
Like the halves of the tower, the half of the tower you're on is just starting to give way. It is cracked off and it is beginning to slide off of the tower to the earth below.
this is where we are, or that's where they
That's
are.
Tamati and Sameas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the part of the tower you're in is just beginning to slide away. You think you might be able to make it to the other half of the tower, but it's going to take a well-timed jump.
So for Tamati and Smith, there's a exit that's blocked by a bunch of rocks.
Yep, pretty much. And once we look out of the blocked
Or empty
passage, we can
space.
go, oh, it's 1,000 feet down. Woohoo!
okay,
so-
so
You might be able to jump to the next floor down because it is cracking and sliding off, but you only have a few seconds.
okay, well,
I'm gonna shoot. I know I'm gonna die if I jump from that height, so I'm gonna shoot for the crack.
wait, the crack. What's the crack do again?
To the next floor down.
Crack in the hole in the ground.
Yeah, hole in the ground.
All right, roll athletics.
Holy crap!
Ooh, 10.
My digital dice are failing me
Well,
miserably.
that's bad. That's a bad one.
dear.
That's a bad one.
It hasn't really been-
Welcome to the party.
Let's see. I need to roll to decide which group Wyatt ended up with.
Yeah.
Wyatt is with Tamati and Sameas.
Oh,
Dang,
God.
Runs too.
Can he like fly a little bit?
What's that?
Can't he like kind of like fly a little bit? So, like I don't know, like float.
You haven't seen him do that?
God.
Well, I mean, if he's like half air elemental, I'm just figuring.
No, he's
No,
not.
that's
That's
not
my
Wyatt.
That's Uncle.
That's-
Uncle Wyatt is the paladin that's with us.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
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 I've
Since
got
Tamati-
Uncle.
Yeah, since Tamati fell down here, I think that Zafine ended up with your uncle.
Yeah.
So.
I offered to take him, and Fifteen's like, "No, I got him, go." He's like, "Okay." Boom.
Yeah.
Gone, dead.
So,
Okay.
what was your athletics roll, Daniel?
Athletics was You said athletics this time, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's much nicer. 19.
Okay,
Cool.
that is a success.
I rolled an 8, so I would have died.
Yeah,
Wow.
you run and you leap from the very edge, and you make it just barely to the other side. You kind of windmill back a little
Wobble,
bit as
wobble.
you nearly fall back over, and then you throw yourself forward. Behind you, you hear the scrape of metal as Sameas leaps after you,
Oh no.
and does not quite make it. He lands. Roll a dexterity saving throw. For
Sameas.
Oh man.
Ooh, 18. Okay, 18.
Good
Okay.
call. Good call.
22.
All right, so Sameas manages to catch himself on the edge just by his fingertips. He is like clinging to the side of this tower as it is crumbling to earth, 1,000 feet below.
What the heck?
And
They're
he is
claws,
just
David. They're claws.
yeah,
Claws. Yeah, there you go.
They're fancy dragonborn claws.
yeah. He's just barely clinging there.
Oh,
Wyatt
geez.
also makes the jump and makes it handily with a natural 19,
Oh, jealous.
and so.
That's usually my role.
Like Wyatt leaps, jumps across the gap, lands in the 3-point landing, just kind of continues running forward.
Has a
I'm
little
like running,
bit of a
look back,
poof
go,
of air
"Nice
around.
job."
Yeah. So Tamati, you hear Sameas land behind you, and he is just hanging on by his fingertips.
I'm gonna look around, watch Wyatt land, go, "Good job!" Reach over, grab Sameas' hands, and start ripping him up.
Okay. I will say that make an athletics check with advantage. Given your strength, this should not be super difficult, but under the stress and tension of the situation, there still needs to be a
Athletics, that gives me a 28.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best.
Finally!
You're able to manage very easily. You just kind of like, you reach back, like almost casually, one-handed, like pull him up and toss him a few feet ahead of you.
Come on! Still pulling you behind. Come on.
You throw him too far, he goes off the other side. He's dead.
Well, there we go.
So back to the rest of you who are running.
We just went through the door.
Yeah, you went through the door. The staircase is crumbling behind you. It is each step is crumbling away. They're coming closer and closer to you. Everybody roll athletics in that group.
Oh
How
man.
weird is it that my
Good one.
is better than my
I'll let you save that for your next athletics roll, Daniel.
Thank you.
Oh,
That was
gosh,
really good.
natural
Really
20.
good.
Nice.
That's what
I got a total of 6.
Wait,
But I do have
So-
Step of the Wind I can do.
wait, can you use
How does
acrobatics?
Step of the Wind work? I forget.
Step of the Wind. Those. Oh, nope, wrong page.
Can I use acrobatics instead of athletics? Because one's an 8 and one's a negative.
Yeah, you can use acrobatics, but both of those numbers are failures, unfortunately. So,
Well,
What did you get?
One is -1
That's-
and one is +8.
Yeah,
oh right, yeah,
so I have
So-
11 plus 8 is negative.
okay.
14.
Oh, if I can use acrobatics, that gets me up to 11, but
That's still a failure for this purpose. How did Step of the Wind work?
Step of the Wind is 1 key point that I can dash, and my jump doubles.
I'll let you use that. You do have to make an athletics check to jump now to try to.
Okay. Athletics or acrobatics?
Athletics for a jump. So-
Okay. Alright. Go, go,
Come on,
go.
Charlie.
Jump it. 2! Total of 3! Slip.
Come on down!
Yeah, so Zafine trying to maneuver without like knocking your uncle into things is making this a
Right.
little awkward for you, and so as the stairs are crumbling, you are unable to keep up. Even though he's not heavy, you're just like it's a little difficult. And the staircase, you feel the stair slip out from under you, and there is a dizzying moment as you kind of like have that motion of slow motion moment where you just tip over backwards, and below you, you see the ground probably 1,000 feet below. And,
Do I see this happen?
It depends
You
on
made
whether
the
you're
jump.
ahead or behind her.
I was
think-
behind her.
Yeah, then you would see it, but
Can I try and grab her?
you can certainly try. Make a. How would I rule this? I'm gonna just call that athletics, I think.
Okay.
And Malcolm goes and try to grab Lynn to try to.
Okay.
Grab
that's
Jane.
11.
Since she's steadying you, I'll let you have advantage on that, since Mouse is trying to grab your hand and keep you from going in.
Oh, that's tons better. 19.
Okay, so you halfway dive in, like after Zafine, as you see her and her uncle start to tumble down, and you just kind of jump out, and Mouse spots this and is able to just kind of like hook your cloak just in time to catch you, so that you are not quite like it pulls Mouse forward, nearly pulling you out as well. But you're lucky that the cloak catches on some of the rough broken stone.
Then I run over and help pull them.
Okay,
I'm just like, oh.
Guys,
yeah. Make an athletics check, Jasu.
Advantage or no?
Not on this one, no.
For what?
Desperation.
The two
that's
groups.
Ooh,
The two groups are
18.
now nice. So you are able to sort of pull
19
them.
altogether.
Yeah, you're able to sort of pull them up, and
Chain yank.
yeah, the two groups. Like you're lucky you're able to do that because your strength is not very high. Just
Yeah,
like
plus one.
Yeah, it's sheer adrenaline. You are able to pull the group back up. You're lucky that a couple of these people you're pulling back up are pretty small and light and
And not me.
yeah. And,
I'll just pull you down. No.
yeah, the two groups are now sort of converging. You come into like Wyatt and Tamati and Sameas manage to run down into a room where you see the others just coming down a staircase that you have managed to make it to.
Running,
Where have
Brennan.
you guys been?
We're up in the air! We're up so high! We're in the clouds, guys! I don't know how we got here!
I don't know. Keep running. That's my advice.
All right, so everything is crumbling rapidly. It's hard to see that there is this choking dust that makes it difficult to even breathe. You just kind of run forward in a vaguely circular motion, hoping that you are going in the direction of something. And you come out of this cloud of dust and just finding yourself at the edge of the tower again. And I'm going to have everyone, the whole group, make acrobatics or athletics, whichever is better for you, checks.
Lift, stop.
Athletics.
Oh yeah!
What? The roll
Nope.
20? Why are you killing me?
Nope. Nope.
Can I just scoop everybody
Yeah,
up
I
as
got
I
a
go
total
through?
of 9.
24.
24.
I rolled a 3.
So for Jasu, it's
I got a 1. Got a big fat 1.
and Sameas is. Oh gosh,
Not doing good.
9.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I got 29.
Nice. Yeah, with Wyatt, this was a group check. With Wyatt, you have just enough successes. Just enough successes. Wyatt succeeded by 1. And so, like, as all of you are running forward, Tamati and Wyatt get out of the dust just barely ahead to sort of see what's coming. They skid to a halt, throw their arms out to just kind of stop
Cliff,
everybody.
stop.
They catch all of you, and
I run square into Tamati's back. No, Wyatt's back, because then I hit the plate metal.
yeah.
Boom.
Nose.
Oh!
Sharp crack.
Oh, it was my nose! Oh.
Wyatt just turns to you and says, "I'll heal you later. Easier to heal that than what would have happened." Like,
Do I take damage from that,
No
by the way?
you take a 1 hit point damage,
Okay.
sure. He says,
If I'm taking damage, I want to chart it, you know?
Yeah, Wyatt just says it's easier to heal that than what would have happened, and he kind of waves at the edge.
Ah.
So
Yeah.
there is just a few feet away on the very edge, you see about half of a teleportation circle that at one point was functioning. There's now magical energy arcing out of it wildly, like bolts of lightning, just kind of flying up. There's the rain
Can I
is
just do
going
another
strong.
Arcana check?
You can, yes.
Not enough time.
Oh, come on. No, that's a 6.
I'll give you advantage on this just because you have already dealt with the teleportation circles a fair amount in this tower.
That's a 14.
Okay, that'll do it. You are able to tell that this teleportation circle is broken so badly that it's still functioning. Anything that touches that arcing energy will teleport somewhere. You're not quite sure where. But
Sounds good to me.
like right now, you don't have a lot of great options.
Yeah,
Well,
falling to our
there's-
death is not good.
I'm gonna send Loki through.
Okay. You send Loki through in a flash, and there's a disorienting sensation as you have a hard time kind of resolving where he is. And it makes it a little hard to focus on where Loki is as you notice that the tower itself is falling, and that you are much closer to the ground than you were moments ago. You are probably now 500 feet from the ground, and the tower is picking up speed.
Yeah.
Let's just go through.
Guys, the tower's falling. We're
Run.
literally falling out of the air.
Can I just shove everybody through?
Where did Loki go? Yeah,
You
Jump!
can try.
I jumped for it. I jumped.
Okay.
Everybody that's hesitating, I just shove in.
Yeah, Nelson and Jesse are just running for it. And Samas.
Okay.
Okay, well, apparently I got shoved through the teleportation circle. So.
We no longer have a choice.
Yeah.
Welcome to the party!
All right. Everyone is very disoriented. You get the sensation that you're falling. You're not sure where you are. And everyone needs to make an acrobatics check.
Come on. Roll 20. Give me a break.
19?
Natural 20! I am awesome.
Oh, gosh, man. Oh.
Man.
I got a 4.
I should have carried you through the circle.
I got 14.
You carried me?
No, I said I should have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Unless that natural 20 says that I did.
Samas is...
Okay.
Okay.
And Jesse's 19.
Okay. So, everyone has this sensation of falling, and you panic for a moment, and Rin just kind of is so panicked that you're just, like, lashing out wildly. You're not sure what's happening.
I was just enjoying the fact that I'm actually, like, flying.
Yeah. And there's maybe a good second before all of you, at a fairly safe speed, strike the ground as it... Rin does take some damage from the fall because you were kind of flailing and you land on your arms wrong. You take 12 damage. That was a higher roll than I was expecting for that.
I gotta do my math. Hold on.
I'm doing Talison's tally points. He counts up to his level point. It's really cool. Instead of like going 80, 29, 30. It's like, okay, I've got 12 plus 14 is 26 out of my 8.
Yeah.
It's like, that makes more sense to me than the other.
Yeah. All right, so it takes you a second to orient yourselves. You realize that you are on top of a hill outside of town, not far from where you met Mayu Vinyamar, the madness cleric. And you look over towards the center of town, and you see the tower falling from the sky.
Oh my gosh.
It is
falling, like the entire tower falling.
The whole tower, yeah. It is like it's in a few pieces. It's been crumbling on the way down, but it is coming down straight over where it was. But some of those pieces look like in maybe 10 seconds or so they might actually hit some of the buildings in town.
How close are we?
You are not close enough to do anything about it.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Just watch and cringe.
Yeah,
so just so everybody gets the scene, whenever I landed, so I rolled 20. It's like the one leg, and then kneeling with my siege maul in hand.
Yeah, yeah.
That was
You
just
rolled
the
so well
best,
for that. You
best
just kinda
landing
like,
ever.
yeah, you came down no problem. You were just like, I got this.
Piece of cake. I've fallen from higher than this.
Yeah. And there are a few seconds of horrified silence as the tower comes down, and there is just this like the earth shakes under you, even from this distance, as you feel the impact. There's a big cloud of dust that rolls out over the entire town, and sort of this wind, this dusty wind that blows back your hair. And
I don't have any hair.
Yeah, those of you who have hair.
Kind of catches my head.
But as the dust slowly begins to clear, you can see that a good maybe 15 or 20 buildings around the center of town are just completely demolished, just rubble. There's nothing left of them.
Man.
And from in town, you can begin to hear some screaming and the sounds of panic.
I look at everybody.
Let's
and just
go
take
out.
off running toward the town. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going.
Okay.
Well,
To see
Yeah.
if she can help.
Yeah.
Guessing, yeah.
Yeah. you make your way through town, and you are kind of having to push your way through some of the people that are beginning to congregate in the streets from the other buildings that were not destroyed. And as you reach the scene of the crash, you see that a good number of these buildings, like there were definitely people inside. You see a few body parts here and there that were just like people were definitely killed by this.
Man. I'm gonna start. So I'm gonna start pulling through rubble, see if there's any other survivors.
Okay.
Enough helps. Smaller
Okay.
rocks, you know.
Yeah.
In general, the group's probably just like trying to like.
Yeah. Wyatt's also helping to dig through everyone's.
Yeah, I want to help too.
If there's anyone standing around, I want to ask them what they saw. What happened? If there's anyone around us right now.
Yeah, they all seem to be in shock. People are just like, I don't know. We heard a noise. We ran out of the building to see what had happened, and did the tower explode? What happened? Like it doesn't seem that anyone that you've spoken to has was out to see it. They were. But after a few minutes of searching, you actually do get lucky enough to pull a few people out that are just barely clinging to life. They're
I'm all out of healing hands.
Is there anybody that's like unconscious?
Everyone you pull out is unconscious, even if they're alive.
I'm casting Spare the Dying on all of them.
Okay.
As we find them.
Yeah. Wyatt is also out of healing, I believe, after the big fight. So Wyatt actually can't do a whole lot for them right now either, other than he's just kind of tending to the wounded. He is, you see him like quietly kneeling over some of the bodies and like holding his hands out and saying prayers to Bahamut for them.
Are the clerics that we talked to there, or are they not?
You're not sure where Mayu, the Madness Cleric, is. You haven't seen him. There was another cleric that is around trying to help and heal. I don't remember the other cleric's name.
Sorry, my video just restarted.
To my uncle and say, do you know how this could have happened to the tower?
Well, I'm not certain of the details, but Sign had been... I'd been up there for some time. Sign had been drawing off my power to power his experiments. And I suspect that everything that he had done when the power was gone just broke. And I believe the tower must have come up to meet my prison. And you do see that as you kind of spread out, now that you've picked through the ruins enough to more or less guarantee that you've found all of the people who survived, there were maybe 7 or 8 survivors out of a good probably 30 people that lived in this section of town.
Oh, man.
And these few survived, but as you're beginning to pick your way outward, you see that just lying in the streets, there are a few bodies here and there. One you recognize as the body of Duval.
Who's Duval?
Was he the mayor? Or?
No.
Was Duval the one that I healed to death?
Yes, and then that moment in time was erased, and so he was never healed to death in this timeline. Basically.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And however, he is lying dead in the street here.
So anybody that
all the magic's undone.
Yep.
Wait, so does that mean all of the undead that were here, are they all dead now, or are they all healed?
You see a few more bodies in the street like Duval's, and if you examine any of them, you do see that they have similar telltale signs that they had been undead. And that they just, when Sign was killed, they just dropped dead wherever they were standing. Sign's magic was the only thing that was holding them to
Holding
life.
them together.
Okay, I'm stepping out for a second.
Okay.
No interviewing my.
Can't interview her uncle. Dang it. I'm pretty sure that's what she said.
I'm just gonna hold my amulet and just kind of say a prayer for everybody that's passed in this incident.
How close is the dented helm to the crash site?
The dented helm. Let's see. I need to remember which one the dented helm is.
That's the one with the good bruise.
Yeah,
It's the one we stayed in.
It's further out from the tower. It's still
Good.
intact.
Was the
What
dental
about-
helm the one we were at, or the?
That's the one where we were at, yeah. The orcs were, or the hobgoblins were in the mischievous pixie.
Also further out.
The cracked gauntlet.
Let's see, the cracked goblet, I believe, is what that one
Goblet,
was.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought it was gauntlet.
that's what the one where Volfa, the human who believed that believed that Sign was a prophet, was. It's not there anymore.
Ah! Boo! I want to go pub crawling. Dang it! Take some of my foot away.
Volfa was not among the survivors.
I thought you said he was because of the mental, reading his minds.
So,
Dang it! Ah, dang it!
the
Where,
Greek guy that thought
did
Sign
we
was
see
a
where
prophet.
Volfa was taken out?
What's
Yeah.
that?
Did we see where Volfa's corpse was taken out?
Yeah, he was. You
Could
would have
I-
been.
Could I do a perception check? I kind of want to see like if that mind reading thing is around. Like in the debris.
It was a drug, wasn't it?
You can
Yep.
make an investigation check with disadvantage because you are looking through rubble.
And I mean, just like a casual.
yeah.
Oh.
I need some new drugs.
Remember, he said with disadvantage.
Yeah, it was a 19 and a 10.
Good grief.
My disadvantage never go that good.
Yeah, you find the pipe that he was smoking not far from where his body was pulled out, but you don't find.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not like rummaging through. It's more just kind of like casual.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check anyways, and we're done.
Yeah. Yeah. After everything is kind of said and done, and people are beginning to go back about their business, Wyatt returns to the group from where he's been helping and says, I must admit that I feel some responsibility in this.
Wait, did you make the castle levitate? Because that's a cool trick, I must admit.
My levitate is not
No.
that powerful.
Yeah,
No? Oh, okay.
He kind of chuckles and shakes his head and says, "No, I didn't levitate the tower.
Okay.
But this wouldn't have happened if we hadn't done all of this."
Yeah,
But
well,
now this town will be free from Sign and being his guinea pigs. And my uncle is free.
And that is
here's that.
a great thing. I just feel for the people whose lives were lost. These people had, at the worst, these people were manipulated, and at best they had nothing to do with it. They paid their taxes to a corrupt man because that was the only way they could go about their lives, and for that they were met with a horrible death. Having a building dropped on them from the sky. No warning, no chance to make peace with their gods or their families.
Can't say I disagree with
Tragic to be sure.
I know what we've done here is for the best on the large scale. Can't say it will stop me from spending the next several weeks or months praying for forgiveness.
Still wasn't your fault. I mean, I understand the loss and it's hard, but it's you were just an instrument of bringing down the corruption, so can't be too hard on yourself.
I think you'll find I can.
I've been there before, trust me. I know exactly where you're at, so.
Where are your travels leading you from here?
Tandinshold.
Yeah, on our way technically to Tandinshold.
Hmm.
It's taken us a long time to get there, but
Headed west, then.
No.
yeah.
Yes.
So I'm riding north towards Mardaway. Perhaps we'll meet again. Hopefully under happier circumstances next time.
We're actually planning to hit Mardaway on our way back. It's flooded, so
Perhaps I will still be there when you pass through. I wish you safe travels.
And you as well.
where would you be at if we...
Toward Mardway.
Oh, I'm not certain where my duties will carry me, but you will likely be able to at least ask for me at the Temple of Bahamut.
Okay.
Well,
Heard you refer to yourselves as the...
Oh,
Go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say I was gonna hold out my hand, and it was good to meet you. It was good to work with you.
Good to meet you and work with you as well. I heard you call yourselves the Emerald Wing at one point. I will
Is our group.
listen for that name.
Hopefully associated with better stories than this.
I would hope so. Don't make a habit out of this. You might not be on the same side next time if you do. But he just kind of nods, shakes hands with anyone who wishes to, and turns, whistles, calls out, "Kantar!" And seemingly out of nowhere, from around a corner, this magnificent warhorse in full, warhorse plate comes around, and he leaps onto its back nearly effortlessly, rides it around in a little circle, and just kind of gives you a little salute, and rides off towards the northern side of town.
Good man.
I think we should go check in on the bars where we were staying and where the rest of our party was staying.
Yeah, they're far enough away that they didn't get hit, so.
Okay.
I asked about that one too.
Okay.
Yeah,
What about the one where Tamati's friend was?
that's way out at the edge of the city.
Okay.
Good.
Which one was that one?
That's the Laughing Maiden off the edge of town.
Baldo.
So are you just heading back to the Dented Helm then?
Let's do that.
What's the time frame we're looking at?
I'm trying to remember now. I feel like this was evening when all of this happened.
I think so, yeah.
Which would kind of make sense why people weren't out or why they might have been caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
Well, my ale has worn off, so I'm replacing it.
I didn't drink mine. Saving mine for later.
So you are headed back to the Dented Helm then?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
There's nothing we can do to everybody's that can be rescued has been
Probably
rescued.
very
so-
somber atmosphere anyway, so.
Yeah.
Ready for a long rest.
And lots of ale.
Yeah, the town is definitely in a state of shock, and it seems like they may be processing these events for some time. You make your way back to the Dented Helm, where it is eerily quiet. It is crowded, full of people who are all drinking, but none of them are speaking to one another. The only sounds that you hear are the sounds of mugs being raised and set down throughout the room.
I find a corner to sit with my uncle.
Okay.
If there's a table available.
Yeah. There's space.
Okay.
You're able to make your way over to sort of a semi-private corner. And he says, "Forgive me, I have foregone formalities.
There's
Somehow
been
I
so
suspect-
much.
Somehow I suspect your mother never told you my name."
No. I only faintly remember hearing of a brother that she had. But no, not a lot of family background stories.
Sounds like Aloris. Frankly, it surprises me she mentioned me in any respect. She and Kirik live for the present, and for one another, and for little else.
True. Very true.
Though I am concerned that, given what she must have been doing to maintain, there will not be as much present left for her as there will for me.
You said that she didn't have much time left. I don't understand.
All of our kind, the genies, all of us, the spirits of air, fire, water, all of us of all elements are very long-lived, but the Jinn, our kind, lead the shortest existences, even shorter for nobles who make great use of their powers. They've heard stories of genies granting wishes. It's true.
Amusing fables.
It's true to an extent. It's only those of noble birth have the power to grant such wishes, and extensive use of that will rapidly drain us, shorten our lives even more. My sister and I, twins. My name is Amatri. So Aloris and I were, in fact, the Sheikh and Sheikha. We were first in line to inherit the full leadership of the Court of Wind. Our father, the Caliph, passed in his due time, and the process of qualification began for us. In a few more months, we would have been crowned joint Caliph and Caliph. We were very, very young by the standards of our people, 70 years old, perhaps 71. It has been many years. Jinn are independent beings by nature, but we take our court government seriously. There were many doubts among the people about our ability to rule. We were young, impulsive. People did not feel that we had the necessary experience to take on such a significant office. And that was all before a young Habanshid by the name of Kirik wandered into the elemental plane of air. And I suspect he and Aloris fell in love more or less the moment they saw each other. It seemed an almost unlikely fit, the sort that is rarely seen. A pairing that makes perfect sense. And they quietly, without my knowledge, began to make plans to leave. I was more conscious of the political situation than my sister. I liked Kirik. I was happy to see Aloris happy. I urged her to, this may sound harsh to mortal ears, to take him as a slave. Ginny, generally, we treat our slaves like treasured family. The other elementals, perhaps lesser, to a lesser degree than that. But I urged her to stay, take Kirik as a slave, so that they could continue to consort and not remove her from what was already a fraught situation. We fought about it. She ultimately responded to my pleas by disappearing with Kirik in the night. Left me in something of an awkward position. I think the public had already regarded me as the weaker link of the two of us to begin with. Our cousin Ciro smelled blood. Maybe 2 months after Aloris disappeared, Ciro staged a coup, forced me out, exiled me to the material plane. That was, God, it's nearly 1,000 years ago. I haven't seen my sister or Kirik in all this time. Had no idea you existed. But what concerns me is your age. So you will have inherited some of your mother's longevity, but only a fraction. And Habanshid seldom live past 200 years or so. So, the only way that you can be here is that Aloris has been draining her wishes to keep Kirik alive. She's been keeping that up for 700-800 years now. I'm not sure how old Kirik was when he arrived. I doubt she has more than a few years left. And when she goes, so will your father. There will be nothing to hold him here any longer either. She would not have had the power to maintain this forever. I understand this must be distressing news. Believe me, as my calm demeanor does not betray the fact that it is deeply distressing for me as well. I had not wished to outlive my sister.
Do you know... You obviously may not, but you've had so much time in the material plane to have found her if you wished. There's no way that you could find a way to find her, have a connection with her.
If Aloris does not wish to be found, Aloris will not be found. I did not go searching for her when I arrived here. I suspect that if she is even on this plane, she would have sensed me or heard of my losses, sought me out if she wished to speak to me. I suspect that she still holds some grudges for the way that I wished her to handle things. Honestly, most of my time here on the material plane I spent in the Rivane wilds, kept to myself. It's quiet out there. Room to think. At least until 20 years ago when Edgar Syne found me.
Did he capture you? How did you get trapped in that moon?
He was on some sort of expedition, studying things in the Rivane wilds. Found me out there, stumbled across me. He had interesting ideas. He was a brilliant mind. Recognizing my power, he sought a wish to have the power to execute his ideas, but I sensed something unstable in him. I did not trust him with that sort of power. Told him no, didn't feel it would be wise. He accepted that at first, but using some sort of spell of his own design, I imagine, one I had not been familiar with, he returned a few days later, captured me, draining off enough of my power that I couldn't escape. And he funneled it into himself, used that orb to draw it off. Been inside that thing for 20 years. Bit claustrophobic.
No kidding.
He only spent perhaps another year in the Rivane Wilds before he returned here. Doing whatever his research is, maintaining control of the town. I was only able to partially observe it. His link to me meant that I was aware more often than not of when he spoke, but not always conscious enough, given that so much of my life force was being drawn away. Truth is, he was barely hanging on by a thread here. The primary reason that he was running these scams with the local authorities wasn't so much a hunger for power as it was that his experiments were so expensive, he was hemorrhaging money. He needed to bring in as much as he could just to keep things functioning at a base level so that he could continue to ask the questions he found interesting. And Amatri, like his eyes kind of flutter and his head sort of dips forward, and I'm sorry. I may need some time to recover.
Absolutely. We have rooms here where mother and father, we were always just out to the elements for rest. Is there any way that I can help comfort you and help your rest?
It would help me if I was able to stay with you. Did your mother ever enter breath trance?
No. I have... My father taught me how to imitate his night calm, but I've never learned the breath trance.
I suspect breath trance would not have been transferred on to you. It is linked with our elemental heritage. If I enter breath trance, I will pass into a sort of incorporeal mist form, and I will remain close to you as long as you are breathing. I will be linked to your breath, and it is typically used to recover from significant trauma. If I pass into breath trance, I will not leave it until I am fully recovered. I cannot guarantee how long that will be.
Maybe sometime after 20 years of being siphoned. But absolutely, that would definitely enter your breath trance with my breath.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions for me before I pass into breath trance? I may not be able to answer anything for some time.
Is there anything that I may need know about my life other than it's unsure how long it will be, as with my heritage?
I believe that there may be powers linked to your heritage that you may not yet have discovered that will be unlocked as you grow. Maybe abilities available to you that you cannot access yet. I'm not certain. We limit the number of genasi or other similar hybrids that are produced. It is considered dangerous, both for the children and for the stability of our kingdoms. Because in some ways, genasi are far weaker, and in some ways, genasi far outstrip our own power.
Interesting.
I cannot give you the details of specifics, what sorts of things you may be able to discover within yourself. But there may be some things that will surprise you given time.
Interesting. Cousin Ciro, have any concern of him? I have never heard his name or knew of him at all.
I would not expect that you will have any business with him unless you find reason to be on the elemental plane of air. But if you are, he may recognize your heritage in you, and there may be difficulties if you encounter him.
As my mother's daughter, if by any chance I do find myself in that position, would there be any political weight to that heritage?
There may be fragments left. It has been such a long time that I suspect that the loyalists who supported our family during the coup would be locked away or long gone by now. There may yet be more than I realize, however. I apologize. I grow weak. But he leans forward and gives you sort of a weak hug and says, "Welcome to the family. It's a nightmare."
She doesn't even know what to say. She's just like, it's all so much. She's just like there. And yeah.
And he leans back, kind of smiles, and fades away into this misty form that you sort of breathe in, and there's a strange sensation that there is a presence with you, like you still sense him there, and then it just kind of fades into normal. You can still feel that he's present, but he's just sort of linked in with your breath at the moment and will not be coming back out for who knows how long after all.
Yeah. But he's there, and he's recovering.
I was trying to time that transition from a headset to my headphones with the transition of him.
Yeah.
I don't know if it came through or not, but it sounded cool in my head.
Whoa.
That's a little intense.
Yeah. That's intensity that I didn't even know.
So, Tamati, I'm over here drinking, and I look over and see him just disappear. Grab another mug and walk over and sit next to Zafine, hand her a mug. And just sit there.
Yeah.
Not even going to try and understand it. I just fell out of a tower. It's been a rough night.
Just kind of finger ring around the rim, just kind of staring off into space, processing.
I look over.
Just
It
kind of
tastes
like,
better if you drink it.
thanks.
I just went back up to our room, and I've just been doing a lot of meditating and prayer and just trying to come to peace with all of the losses.
Okay. You are sitting there trying to process all of this, and you are slightly taken aback when, sort of out of the corner of your eye, you look over and see Diego Dela standing in by the window of your room.
Hello?
Pardon the sudden entrance.
Sudden is an understatement, but what can I do for you?
I felt that you needed to speak. And perhaps there are few that would be able to hear you so clearly as I.
I'm not sure I follow.
I'm not sure how to explain it in a way that is not dangerous for you. Afraid I don't have long. Usually don't. Look, if it were within my power to save the innocents that died today, would have done so, but I cannot simply deny the end. That would break rules even I'm bound by. Can bend rules, can send people back at a cost, but there must be balance to endings. Something I know, something Lady said. Sorry, old habits. The Raven Queen knows. Even our enemies know this. They'll try to use it as a weapon. Anyone who tries to live out of turn will cause another to die out of turn. Sometimes we don't know who will be lost, how it will happen, even when, but the scales will balance themselves. And while that may not be the greatest comfort, sometimes the scales balance themselves in favor of right as well. When innocents are lost, when those who had no stake in this fall, perhaps some of those who would use their deaths will ultimately fall to the balance as well. Death is balance. I suspect your lady has spoken to you of such things. However briefly.
Yeah. However briefly.
Be careful with the Raven Queen. Her ascension has changed her in ways that are necessary for her duties. In some ways, that may have left her somewhat cold. I can't say that it should be any other way. The goddess of death does not benefit her to allow emotions to dictate her domain.
Of course. Death is neutral. It just doesn't make it easier.
That I understand. Death is meant to be neutral. But perhaps at times it cannot bear to be. Anyway, my time is up for now. I'm sure I will speak to you again. You and your friends have much important work ahead of you. Give the Raven Queen my regards, if you speak to her.
Sure.
It is difficult for me to reach her these days. The scales will balance, Rin. I promise you.
They always do. But it's a process.
Good night. Good luck.
Good night, Diego.
And as suddenly as he was there, he is gone. Not even a puff of air, no displacement, no sense that there had ever been anyone or anything there. For half of a moment, you almost wonder if you were imagining the whole thing.
I think I need some ale. I'm gonna go down and just sit by Tamati and just drink some ale.
Okay.
I imagined you like sit down next to me, reach over, grab my cup, just start drinking it.
Feel it. And just out of this.
Look at the bartender, like 2 more.
I'm cheap. I don't want to spend the money on it.
It makes sense. Okay. Oh man.
Hey, David.
Yes.
Can Samias kind of just go off on his own to kind of like, kind of like in a way like ignore what happened and just kind of like tinker and work on Mouse's crossbow arm thing?
Yeah. Let's have him give me a Tinker's Tools check.
That is... Ooh. Okay. 24.
Nice. So he makes significant bounds on the design. He pushes through some engineering issues that had been kind of giving him trouble. He was struggling to figure out how to miniaturize some of the mechanisms without lessening their impact. And he's able to find a particular sort of spring that is able to hold its tension even at shorter lengths like this. And he begins to sort of furiously draw up more of his designs. He's getting a lot closer to being able to actually build the thing. So.
Okay, cool. And then just use, you're gonna just buy some ale, sit down by Rin and Tamati, but just really quietly be like re-examining things in his life and reconsidering things.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keeping it on to his own.
Yeah.
Well, I think he just goes to bed. He needs to be alone for a minute.
Yeah.
Tamati gives an impromptu song.
Yeah.
Strumming along while everybody's drinking. Yeah.
Make a performance check.
Oh crap! It was running terrible. I am drunk off my face. That's a 2.
Yeah, so like,
I think it's out of tune.
I'm gonna steal it from him, and I'm gonna.
make a performance check with disadvantage because you've never touched one of these instruments
Have
before.
I what now?
Because you've never played one of these instruments before.
Performance at disadvantage. Okay. That is a 17.
At disadvantage, wow.
At disadvantage.
Nice.
Wow. I am
Alright,
super
so
drunk.
Yeah, you managed to. You kind of just were watching the chord fingerings he was trying to do, and you were able to kind of pick them up and come up with something that sounds pretty decent under the circumstances of never having touched one of these things before.
I never knew you played the ukulele.
Oh, me
When I'm
neither.
drunk.
Ah.
Oh my gosh, when I'm drunk I play the ukulele!
There's hidden talents everywhere.
Drunken
Fucking
musician
rich.
style.
As I roll a natural 20. Dang it! Could have been the best performance of my life.
Yeah.
Way too drunk.
Soothed everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a 6 to my performance because it's charisma, and
Oh,
my
Jesus.
lowest roll was an 11. So
Yeah.
My
Nice.
performance is +1.
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah. So you only play for a few minutes, but you do notice that some of the people around you seem almost to be taking some small comfort in the sound after the strange and terrible day that the people of Tigminster have had today.
I'm going to pull out my second ukulele and try and do better this time. 18! Yeah, golden ukulele!
You got the gold one or the?
Inspired by the playing.
You form a folk duo and go on tour.
The Emerald Wing never happened.
The Emerald Wing's the name of the band.
Yeah.
Hey,
We're all groupies now.
dueling ukulele.
What?
What's that?
Dueling ukuleles.
doing ukulele.
Yeah. Oh,
Riz
no.
like, what the heck is that?
Don't worry, man. Don't. Yeah. So
I rolled for disadvantage, got an 18 again.
yeah.
Much inspired. That was a 20! I love this dice!
It's like we're having a band meeting. All present. Say their names.
Sorry, I accidentally hit
Murray present.
Murray present?
While we're playing,
Have you ever
I'm
seen
gonna
any
use
Flight of the Conchords stuff?
prestidigitation to do like
Little bit, yeah.
really cool like firework effects, kind of just
Just try to ignite the town.
light
And-
show.
While they're doing this, I stand up and I smile and I just kind of slide the mug that Tamati offered me over to Rin's seat and I walk outside and I make my way onto the roof.
Okay.
And
She just gave me her ale.
with all the the lightning of the mood, Zephine's not quite ready for that.
Yeah.
She's a lot to process. And while I'm up there, I write out some instructions to my contacts in Gate that I want to send out. I'm going to call in a favor to anyone that I've ever serviced for any word of Aloris or Kirik.
Okay.
And I'm going to send that out in the morning.
Okay.
And then I just kind of chill on the roof.
All right. Yeah, in spite of your best efforts, you can only lighten the mood so much down in the bar, but there's still sort of a sense of like just a grim feeling hanging over the place no matter what you do. But people do seem to be taking some comfort in the performance.
That's all you can hope for, really.
All right.
I was trying to be like Scanlan and come up with some clever song lyrics, but I got nothing.
Yeah.
You aren't, in fact, a bard, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Barbarian.
After a while, I give Tamati back the ukulele. I chug the ale that Zavine left in front of me, and I go up to bed.
Okay.
I'm just admiring Rin as she's chugging this whole like tankard of ale. It's impressive.
Yeah. All right, so unless anyone else has anything they want to do, I assume we will just pretty much end the night here. And
Yep.
you guys will head to
Long
bed
rest.
for a long rest, which is much needed after
Yeah.
the kind of gauntlet you guys ran through there.
It was a cool gauntlet, though.
Over the
I
course of
told you I was
several
going to run
weeks.
around the side. Whatever. I'll run around the side. No, come on, man. You got it. Okay. 1. Never trust the DM.
Like, your athletics is so high, though. It's
I know, it's an 11, and I just happened to roll a 1.
Yeah.
Ah.
Like, and if you had gone around the side, you would have had to roll acrobatics, and you're not nearly as good at that. So,
That's true.
like, to try to maintain your balance along something that was falling into the...
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I probably still would have rolled natural one. I'd be in the same place I was anyway, so.
Yeah. All right. So, you awaken on what is now the 9th morning of your journey thus far.
Do I need to make a constitution roll?
You do. Constitution saving throw.
Wait, why is she constituting?
She drank
Huh?
a lot.
Oh, lightweight.
Drank a lot, and some of it was the, like, stat affecting ale during the
Oh, that's right.
day. So
11.
you have 1 level of exhaustion for the day.
Oh. Hamati, why'd
What?
you let me drink so much?
I didn't. You're the one that took Safine's mug. You could have left it for me, but no. You drank it. It's your own fault.
What happens to our hit points after a long rest? Sorry, remind me.
That I need to make sure I know what I'm talking about for.
Not just me.
You do hit dice?
You do regain hit dice.
Cool.
Unless, since, if you used any, you regain up to half your maximum number.
Cool.
If you would get more back if you had used your cooking ability, but I think you were otherwise engaged.
Yeah,
and probably not
I
really
was
in a good
pretty
place
not
go
up to
cook.
cooking that night.
So, at the end of a long rest, you do regain all lost HP.
Oh, awesome.
And also your hit dice.
Excellent. Very good. Ah, nice and fresh.
Yay.
Just a little emotionally overhung.
No.
Yeah.
I feel great. I don't know what your guys' problem is.
I come in, I give somebody a little friendly whap up the head.
All right. So, Giles Walda says to you, like, it's just like, if you don't have any further business here, it would be best if we moved on.
Yes, let's.
Probably a good idea.
Not so loud, you guys, please.
What?
Little bit of a revenge.
Did you say something?
That's Hamati. And I'm gonna, slap him in the face.
Before we leave,
I still couldn't hear you.
What was that, Chris?
Was the noble lady, the former noble lady, the one at the something pixie?
Yes, the mischievous pixie.
Okay, could I stop there before we leave and stuff? Kind of wake up early and go to her place.
Sure.
Cool.
So you make your way down the dirt alley between larger cobbled streets that takes you to the mischievous pixie.
All our hobgoblins are there too, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sibet is her name.
That's right.
I'm also going to get them then.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Walk into there and are immediately accosted about the head by all of the luck charms and talismans hanging from the ceiling.
I thought you were gonna say goblins, but
Yo!
we're staying.
We're not going anywhere.
We work for her now. She's gonna have an all hobgoblin waitstaff.
Works for me.
That's awesome. What are we gonna tell the Goblin Emperor?
Okay. So I go in there, and what's her name again?
Sabet.
Sabet. I just say, good morning, Sabet.
Good
How are you
morning.
doing? How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's a rough night. Knew a couple of the folks that died when the tower
sorry.
came down.
So sorry. I hope you guys can rebuild and move on.
So it's like I would say I'm sure we've seen worse. I'm not sure we have specifically seen worse this time, at least here. But the world has seen worse, and it seems to be doing all right. So
So
if
you
the world can manage, then so can we.
So you're going to be the head noble in the town, right? Council you were talking about?
It sounds that way. It's I still don't have usable land, but I suppose now that I'm running the show, I can just go mad with power and tell them to give me all their land, and
This is gonna be a fun place to visit later.
Power is overrated. Well, I wish you luck. Is there anything we're going to meet the king? Is there anything you request of him or send him now as you guys had an incident?
well, some aid from the king would be nice to help rebuild, help to cover the burial costs for the dead, and to make sure their families are set up well. Wouldn't like them to be left out in the cold just because of some unspeakable thing happening all of a sudden.
I will let him know, and also care about you getting lands back.
I would appreciate it.
Before I leave, could I ask one favor?
What would that be?
I ran into a Dragonborn. What was the name of the area of the Dragonborn? I was gone for 2 weeks and I don't know where my name.
Draconia.
What now?
The area and the name of the Dragonborn guy that we went to in the more fancy area.
It's Erlis, the stout oak.
Oh right, yeah, the
Noachman.
other bartender.
Yeah, there's a Dragonborn I met named Tyrileth in the stout. Erlis?
Yeah.
Erlis.
Erlis. He's working to try and save up to become trying to become a wizard at the academy. If possible, if you guys could find a way to maybe help to get that goal, I think that could be a good morale boost for the town.
Well, that might be a fine idea. A common cause, even something as simple as that, might be a good way to get people to stop thinking about everything they've lost and start thinking about what they can do now. It's a good idea.
Thanks.
You're a sharp young man, you know that?
He has them every once in a while.
And, are you in your makeup right now? Are you like...
Probably not, because I just woke up.
Yeah, you didn't
Sorry.
You didn't bother to disguise yourself or anything. You just...
I mean, I could say...
You didn't put on your makeup.
Did I come in here as a human? No. This might sound weird, but when I talked to him, I didn't look like a half-drow. If you could just tell him Alistor sends his regard. And he thinks I'm a high elf, not a...
I understand why you might not want to look the way you do. Not everyone is going to take to it very kindly. must be difficult going through life with people wanting to not trust you the first time they see you without bothering to find out a thing about who you are.
Kind of learn to adapt. But I just want to say thank you for helping take care of our group. We've all taken very kind to you. And if you ever need some help with like documentation or stuff, just let me know.
We have our ways.
Yeah, just like
just say.
Just like, I'll keep that in mind.
Back at the dented helm, I'm throwing up.
Sabette calls over some of the hobgoblins, and she just says, "You make sure this fine, very shady young man gets back to his friends safely."
I love her. She's awesome. Oh my gosh.
Oh, by the way, what's the name of that dwarf again? Volvo?
Voldo, yeah.
Voldo. You should go over to his bar sometime and get a drink with him. He's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
And he says, I've only spoken to him once or twice, but maybe I'll go see him.
Cheers.
Look at that matchmaker.
Have a good day. Safe travels.
Thanks. Hopefully we'll get to be in touch. If nothing more, I'll send a message after we visit the king.
So I'll look forward to it. Right, so
Excellent.
you collect your hobgoblin friends and
I want to go and see if I want to get a couple. How much are
you are, I think, getting most canceled out a little bit.
Did we already leave?
No, you broke
dear.
up. You're still here. You just broke up a little bit.
You're still in town.
Poor kid.
You're still in town. You haven't left yet. Let's see. How much
Good
is
question. Good question.
For the love of heaven, how much?
I can't heal myself, so.
Healing hands. It's not working, guys.
Let's see
Yeah.
here. That is listed under this table. Where is it? Here it is. And I know it's here somewhere. A potion of healing will generally run you about 50 gold wherever you can find it. Especially, it might even be a little more expensive out here where you're not right up in one of the larger cities.
Okay.
I would say, actually, when you guys came back in looking kind of the worse for wear the night before, that Adriem at the Dented Helm, since she has some experience in alchemy, might say, like, I can offer you some healing potions at a discount. It looks like you've had a time.
Yeah. What would your rate be?
25 gold each. That's pretty much at cost. I can't go much lower than that.
That's wonderful. I'll take 3, please.
She takes your gold and hands over 3 healing potions.
I look at her and say, how many do you have?
I have quite a stock.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not picking you clean. And if we were picking you
I'll
clean,
just-
then I would take them all. But
I'll just brew more if you run me down to the end of my stock.
I'll talk to you about this later because I have thoughts. But I'll talk to you about that later.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab 4.
Okay.
Hand her
Takes your
100.
gold, hands over the 4 vials.
How many did she say she has?
A lot.
A
She has
lot?
quite a few.
Where are you
didn't
guys buying
specify.
from?
From Adriem from the Dented Helm, the
Oh,
bartender.
where we're staying?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll buy some when I get back. And after you guys are done, I want to make one more stop.
Okay.
One more stop. What do you think this is? Okay. And these are just the regular healing potions, right?
Yeah, just the standard ones.
I want to buy. I want to buy 6 of them.
Okay.
So I give her 150.
Yeah.
Okay.
And since you bought 6, I'll say she gives you sort of like a little cloth bandolier with them that holds them so that you can kind of quickly get at them.
Cool.
Awesome.
I'm jealous.
If I get 3 more, can I get one too?
We're all like, oh. I'll give you an extra 20 gold.
I do that. Sure.
I do because I'm terrible at bargaining, so, you know.
Just for the future, so I don't have to go back to her, can I just say I buy 3 from her?
Yeah.
How much are they?
25 gold each. She's pretty much selling them to you for as much as it costs her to make them.
Because she's awesome.
If I get 6 as well, do I get one of those cool sashes too?
Yeah, she'll give you one
Oh,
of
I'll do the 150, right?
Yeah.
We're all just like super excited about it. Ooh, it comes in a sash. I want
I want one.
It comes in pints. I'm getting one.
one. That's kind of the thought that I had. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll take whatever you want.
Faster gift.
Also, how much did she say it is for the ale and the whiskey?
Oh, how much was it? It's
Hang on, I got it in my notes.
For the regular strength, it's 25 gold per bottle. For the distilled bottles, it's 250 gold per bottle.
Yep, that's what I got in my notes.
Okay.
And I already have one of those. Why do I not write these things down? Oh, it's right there.
I'm also gonna buy 4 of the ale,
Okay.
the Viper ale.
Yeah, I figured that was what you were going to be.
Charisma.
I'll get 2 of the dexterity ones.
Okay. Those are the Tiger
Tigers.
Brew.
Shopping.
A lot of times it can be a lot of fun to do shopping, like if you get like the right stuff.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't like drag on too long. But like,
Yeah.
We need some good shopping music, like "This is your life." Ding, 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 ding.
supermarket sweepstakes growing up.
Yeah, right.
It was just like a game show where you'd like be in a grocery store and like getting all different.
Oh, supermarket sweep.
Yeah, sweep.
Yeah.
Stop that music playing.
I'm gonna grab one extra bottle of the Ox Brew because I've already got one. So
Okay.
How much does that increase your? If you buy the smaller ones, how much does that increase?
25.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
no, it costs 25. In order,
it's
it's plus
to your score
plus 4 for 1 minute.
for 1
Oh,
minute.
cool.
Which is plus 2
unless
to your
you-
modifier, so...
Yeah, unless you go with the distilled one, and then it's plus 8 for 10 minutes. These are good notes.
I'm trying to understand how this is happening. I just told Atmos to stop playing, and Atmos gave me the message, "Can't stop if I'm not playing." I'm just like, you are though.
Just gave you the middle finger.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Stop, Atmos. No.
Now it listens. It was just like shopping music.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I forget what video game this is from because I have not played it. I just found the music and liked it. But...
Sounds classy. Sounds almost like a Zelda theme.
Yeah. It's from some
Quite.
JRPG or another, I think. But
Nice.
Hey David, can I just explain really quick to you what I want to do so we don't have to go through the thing and just read it out?
what's up?
Oh, so I wanted to get one more thing, but can I just tell you what it is so we don't have to like play?
You can tell me, and I can tell you if you might be able to find it.
So I want to go to the what's the one again where Daniel's friends, Tamati's friends at?
That is the where the F did it go? Laughing Maiden.
Yeah, I go to the Laughing Maiden and basically introduce myself to him as a friend of Tamati's and ask if he has like any extra stuff for sale that I could buy to make brewer's kit.
He says, sure, I might have a few things sitting around that could get you started.
And kind of like a book to like basic brewing and tell him I want to get it for.
Yeah, he says, well, for Tamati it's double. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. Half. For Tamati it's half.
Oh, I thought you were talking about double ingredients to make them.
Woo!
You and I are going to get along fine. So
And I kind of tell him about like how I gave him like a good like shout out. Savat.
yeah.
I kind of like nudge him. And... So how much is that?
Says since I'll give you a discount since it's for Tamati, 10 gold.
Thank you so much. And what did it come with the book of?
He
Or do I buy one?
He says I don't have anything like that.
Okay, no problem.
He says you'd probably be able to find one if you went to a bookstore or something.
Is there one in town?
He says there was till yesterday.
Oh.
Okay. Cool. Well, thank you very much. Best of luck to you. Good luck with everything here.
So, I think we might need it.
Cheers.
I
go back.
This is good luck. Good luck teaching. Good luck teaching Tamati to walk and breathe at the same time. After you get that, you can start him on maybe the brewing stuff, but start small. Work up.
Thank you.
So glad I wasn't there for that.
I'll send him my regards. And then I'll just really quick. I'll just go to Tamati and be like, "Hey, Tamati."
What?
I place this in front of him with the brewer's supplies, brewer's kit or whatever. I say, Tamati, I just want to say thank you. We were at that bar with the crazy mind reader guy. I know it can be really hard for a Goliath to like, not take the action. Thank you for trusting me on that. And I just want you to know, like, I have your back too. Like something should be done.
Oh, I just give a big hug, lift my hand, shaking. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, ooh, I'm so excited.
By the way, I have no idea how to do this.
I don't either.
So, a little look.
Perfect. Stick that in my inventory. This could be great.
And sometime we need to call the King Hobgoblin to let him know, like, why all the priests died. Eventually.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm done. All my stuff.
Nice.
Oh, and then
I drop off my letter.
So I go to Mouse, and
Yes.
I hand her the. I decided instead I buy the 3 bottles instead of 2. So Tiger. I said, okay, Mouse, could you put these in the bag of holding? But just not use them.
Don't
I know
drink
if I
these.
I can guarantee you only part of that.
I know I have to divide it here. Intel that.
This is the roommate fridge. These have my name on them. Don't.
Your dexterity.
You're gonna have to put your initials on it.
I gotta like wink at her and walk off.
Okay.
Winky wink.
Yeah, you twins all in one. How do you do that?
Oh, and on one of them, it says the name Mouse on it.
Okay.
Aww.
Cute.
You're fine, I won't.
Yeah, I could do it.
I'm pulling my hood up as far as I can and just being like, why does it have to be so bright outside?
Poor Rin.
I can't think of what I had this whole thing of like, I run over, put my arm around her, like, ha ha! But then there's nothing that I can do. It's just kind of like, I was thinking of like, just giving her another big old ale, or mug of ale or something, but I'm like, but we're leaving, and so that doesn't really make sense. So.
If you're gonna give me ale, I'm gonna drink it.
Okay, I do that totally. I'm like, ha ha ha! Just really loud as I can, give her another mug of ale. Here, this is for you!
Hair of the dog that bit you!
Try a little of this, it's supposed to cure the headaches!
Oh, great! And I chug it.
Oh.
It takes away the headache for now.
I feel so much better! Thank you so much!
Dun, dun, dun.
And I kind of like pat his cheek and like, you're just the best.
Oh, thanks. You won't be saying that in about an hour, but you know. I'll take it for now.
I love you, man. You're just the best.
How much ale did he give you? Holy cow.
She said she chugged it with 2 hands.
It looks small to me.
Relativity.
Ooh, yeah, it's gonna be great.
Alright, so you, assuming no one has any more business in town.
Can I ask one thing? Canon, that the promiscuous pixie now has like a sign that like
The promiscuous pixie.
or like whatever it is.
Mischievous.
Oh my gosh. That is not canon.
It's just canon that you said that.
Can you like put up a sign like friends with just something so it's like people know like she's like really good friends with hobgoblins now.
She should do that. She should totally do that.
Like, hobgoblins stay here.
Hobgoblins welcome.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's something funny to like.
Yeah.
That's all my ideas.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sure, we'll say she like hangs up a sign that says hobgoblins welcome. Alright, so you set out on the road. It's probably about an hour and a half before Rin's headache comes back in full force.
I'm just over here just laughing.
Very slightly worse than before, actually.
Hey, what?
Very slightly worse than before.
Very slightly worse.
Oh. I'm gonna pull out my quarterstaff that I discovered I had and just smacked Mati with it.
As the welt grows, I continue to laugh.
I pull my cloak down over my eyes and promptly run into a tree.
I kind of take her by the shoulders and guide her along the road.
Thank you.
It'll be okay. It'll pass.
I hand her my quarterstaff to kind of like help her like lean on too, just in case.
So she's got 2 quarterstaffs.
she has one, so.
Oh, okay. Then never mind.
I used it to smack Tamati. I discovered I had one, so.
Rin just skiing down the road.
Right.
Yeah, you, the rain has
I
still not let up, by the way.
to like make
Still
some kind of wheel
raining.
contraption on my feet.
Yeah.
Rolls me along.
Nice.
I don't think prestidigitation can
I
make you a
know,
segue.
Well, I was thinking if I had the 2
Awesome.
I'm gonna look at Rin just really struggling. I'm just gonna pick her up, stick her on my shoulder.
Okay.
I'm
Flop.
just gonna hang there, just like a huge sack of potatoes.
Just groaning.
I don't
Walking
feel
along,
so
she's
good, you guys.
barfs all down my back.
Yeah, that too.
All right, I deserve that one.
It's a good thing it's raining.
Yes.
Yeah,
I walk
the rain
ahead of
is-
Tamati.
The rain is still not let up, and the travel is wet and uncomfortable, even for those of you who are not hungover at the moment.
Oh, hey, David.
I'm still laughing.
I also mentioned to Tamaki when I gave him the thing, like, I thought it would have been fun to, like, steal this from the crazy guy that kicked us out, at his bar, but that didn't work out, so...
Yeah, we had plans. We had big plans.
Sorry for literally crushing your plans.
You're so right. It worked out well.
You said the plan fell flat.
Oh man.
Oops, no, don't do that. I'm messing stuff up now.
Ruh-roh.
It's stuff only I can see because it's on the GM layer, but
Oh, okay. In that case.
so that I can keep track of stuff. But
Save
anyway,
that.
you are just kind of trudging along. It's not fun traveling. The trails are very wet, and there's this loud sucking sound every time you lift your feet to take another step. It kind of it's kind
I stomped
of
louder.
I kind of like smack his back.
Comes back gooey.
I just take it as like a giddy up, so I just like start like galloping.
Samati, stop! And I throw up on him again.
Sidestep.
Yeah, so you make it all the way into the small town of Wisbeck by the time night falls. It has not been easy going. You're all fairly exhausted, even if you don't have levels of exhaustion by the time you arrive. And,
Right.
you find lodgings in Wisbeck, and there's not a whole lot here. It's a pretty small town, so there's not a whole lot to see. On the morning of your 10th day of travel, you make your way further in the direction that you've been moving.
Is my exhaustion gone now?
Yes, it was just a
Okay.
day, so you're no longer hungover.
Tamati's revenge might be partially satisfied.
A little bit. If you were all drunk and I was doing that, it'd be even better. But
I didn't do it.
So, yeah, the next day of travel is uneventful. You end up having to camp with tents here.
I use prestidigitation to make sure everybody's dry.
Okay.
Ooh, that's nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And, let's see. You are kind of passing through a sort of forested area. You've mostly been traveling on plains for the last couple of days. But along the way, I forgot to mention this before you actually make camp here. You come to a fork in the road. And there's a sign that points to the left path, saying the left path leads to Tandinshold. And Walda looks at it. He says, "Huh, that's odd. I remember the right path being the way to Tandinshold, but I suppose there could be all this rain. There could be road closures or reroutes that have happened."
Or it could be an ambush, like we almost got ambushed.
Yeah.
I mean, almost. You did.
Patient, just.
He ambushed our ambushers. That's what happened.
Either way,
Which worked out so well.
made a new friend, but it could be thieves.
It's true. Good.
Ooh, could Mouse do a perception check to see if there's any like markings of like can't maybe like.
There's no thieves' cant present.
Okay.
You don't have to make a check to see. It's just a road sign that says Tandinshold that way. And
Would I know anything about this area from traveling with Jamie?
I'd say it's possible you could have passed through here. Make a history check, I guess.
I've been traveling through the area too. I wasn't warped to the place.
That's a
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, you're not familiar with this. You haven't traveled this particular road.
You're still drunk.
Still drunk.
That would be impressive.
Can I do that? Because I've just been traveling. I traveled all the way out to Bexlode. Or was I coming the other way? I don't know.
I don't know if we ever determined exactly where you traveled from, but
Yeah. I would think I was coming from Gate. So it's possible I hit this fork, though maybe out of the way.
Chances are you would have either been coming from Gate or Mardaway. If you were traveling straight from Gate to Bexlode, then you probably would have taken a more southern path, kind of along the base of the mountain range, past like Morley, up through.
Yeah. Burton and Kilcola and all those guys.
Yeah. So this probably isn't the way you've passed. Waldo just says, "Well, should we just make it a vote then?"
Trust it, don't trust it.
Well, are we prepared to handle something if it goes flip side? Because
We've been resting, okay?
now we're well rested. We have our spells. Those of us that have spells.
Would the Hobgoblins know anything about the area since they're from this region, anyways? I mean, more east, but yeah, in general.
Yeah, they when they do travel, they generally don't travel the main roads. It has not been very safe for them. So usually they try to travel through the back country when they are headed anywhere. This is kind of their first experience really using the main roads here, so.
I say we take it. That if something goes awry, I think we can handle it, and if not, then maybe it will be it's possible that it will be something like a redirect around other inclement weather or broken things.
Sure.
Okay.
That's my vote.
On the other hand, though, I would imagine that Giles has the better knowledge of this area
He's done
than
this
anybody.
before. That's true.
And so if he thinks it's to the right, then that probably means that something weird is going on if it says we should go to the left.
That's true. That's a really good point.
How many times have you made this journey?
What's
Say that again?
How many times have you made this journey?
I've made it 2 or 3 times. I'm not a frequent traveler this way, but that's how I remember it. But as I said, with all this rain, it is entirely possible. It's just that roads have been washed out and they've had to reroute them.
I'm willing to go with whatever. I'm just very cautious about. Like that initial instinct seems that would be the thing. It could be, but I feel like if it was like a yeah. But I feel like if it's the King's. But I don't know. Like I feel like if there was like a detour, like there would be a sign saying flooded road or something. But I don't know. My vote would be to go with Walda's instinct. But
Could we look at the map and get a sense
Well,
of
as the diplomat, I feel persuaded by that argument.
So
Well,
to the left.
a really cool friend, so you know.
Go with Giles to the right, right?
Hey,
Giles said that he remembered the right.
That's what he said.
Oh,
yes.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. I had it backwards in my head.
say
All
hi.
right.
The right.
No, right. When a choice is placed before you.
All right, so
I don't think we're going right.
yeah, the right path travels onward for a couple of hours, and you don't see any kind of damage to the road or anything. It seems to be in good condition, and Giles says, well, this is the way I've traveled in the past. And the left path did look like it kind of led off into the woods more. And,
Foreboding.
Sneaky.
We could just take that about like robbers.
Yeah.
Or just seems kind of like, I know you're. I'm also a thief. Don't attack me.
yeah, so as a result of taking that path, you actually end up making better time than you were expecting to into Greenwick.
Yay.
Excellent.
Sweet.
And when you arrive at Greenwick, Giles says, yes, there were no obstacles along the path. There must not have been a reroute. I wonder if bandits turned to the sign trying to lull people in. It's possible. Things like that do happen along these roads from time to time.
Glad you were here.
You mean I missed out on a fight? Oh.
there, big guy.
What if it's the Wolfkin again?
I can take it.
Yeah.
All right.
So you find your lodgings in Greenwick. It is not a huge town, but there is it's kind of built on a large hill that the road leads into, and there's a wall around the town, kind of like the town is built in what appears to have been sort of a garrison against some kind of raids whenever the town was settled a long time ago. And you make your way into town. You see it's not big enough to have a whole lot in terms of lodgings, but there are two inns that are not far from each other. There's the Hearthflame Inn and there's the Howling Wolf.
can we ask some locals, kind of like what they think? Get like opinions.
Sure. Make
I
just
want to help with that.
okay. Make just a straight charisma check.
Ooh, maybe since you have like really awesome charisma, maybe you're in should do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
With advantage, I'm helping. That's
Okay.
Okay.
Here's Ophita.
That is just straight charisma.
Yes.
21.
Okay.
Hey guys, the
So
hobgoblin
you,
side will go around town and ask people.
Yeah. So you ask a couple of locals who do look a little taken aback by the fact that you're traveling with hobgoblins. You ask a few of the locals where the best lodgings in town are, and they say it's like you'd do best to stay at the Hearthflame.
Hearthflame.
They say Howling Wolf hasn't been around as long, and it's a fine place. They're catching up, but you do better at the Hearthflame.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Hearthflame it is.
All right, so you make your way into the Hearthflame, and behind the bar, you see just maybe like the head over the bar of a one-eyed dwarf who greets you as you come in and says, "Welcome, welcome. What can I do for you?"
We're in need of lodging for the night.
Lodging. I have I've 3 rooms available, each with 2 beds. It's,
Okay.
3 silver pieces a night per bed to stay.
Is there a hearth out here in the general room?
There is, yeah.
Okay. Do you mind if I meditate through the night? Can I just do that in front of the hearth here?
That's fine.
Okay, that's where I'll stay.
Yeah, he says, if you buy some drinks, you can stay free. Otherwise, 1 silver to stay by the hearth.
I'll pay around for the group.
Okay.
Oh! I will drink that drink.
Seconded.
Yeah, this dwarf is very stout with rough, leathery skin, tangled black beard, bushy eyebrows, has a black leather eye patch over his missing eye, the right one. And one of the locals that's in the bar, a human who you get the sense has been in here and asked this same question before. It's almost like a ritual here. He's just like, "So, One Eye, tell us, how'd you lose that eye? Anyway, been curious." And One Eye says, like, "Well, now that is a story. Let me tell you about this."
Oh, I'm so excited.
And he says, so it was like years ago, I was traveling and I passed through somewhere in Northholm, a town I don't remember the name of. And now Northholm you think is mostly halflings, right? That's what people would expect, but there was this massive Goliath passing through there. And for some reason, he just took ill liking to me. He wanted me dead, and I'm not sure why. We had disagreement after disagreement until finally he challenged me to a duel in the streets. And he went out there and he brandished this huge axe. And I, from my back, drew my short sword, and I knew I didn't stand much of a chance against this Goliath. I'm good in a fight, but I can't take on a Goliath single-handed, especially one like that. He stood 3 times my height. And he says, so I knew what I had to do was scare him. So I brandished my short sword, and I reached in, and I plucked out my own eye while screaming, "Ah!"
Can I insight check him?
Scared him right out of town. Sure, you can insight check.
Don't need to insight check it. That's totally true. Scare any Goliath, see a guy rip his own eye out.
10.
You have a hard time reading him through all of the beard and everything, and he does seem like a pretty tough dwarf, but it's you're not sure. You can't really read him.
Okay. Cool story, bro.
The human who asked the question leans over to you and just says, "It's like it's a fine story. Different one every time you ask him."
YOLO.
Like maybe half an hour passes, that human leaves. Another man comes in, a halfling comes in and sits down and says, "So, Calder, One Eye, how'd you lose your eye?" She's like, "Oh, that's a story I've been waiting for someone to ask. Would love to tell you the story of that." It's just like I was abroad in Karis Draconine, traveling in my youth. Just mere slip of a lad, 20 years old. Just, all iron and blood and anger. And I found myself, after a series of poor decisions that led me out into the wilderness on my own, and led me to offend some people who would have been better left with polite treatment. I found myself facing down in single battle with 6 dragons, ancient dragons, a lot of them. 2 red dragons, a green dragon, a blue dragon, a white dragon. So many dragons.
It's the Chroma Conclave.
I'm over here. That's a great story. Keep going. Keep going.
He proceeds to tell a long story over the course of probably 15 or 20 minutes about how he single-handedly fought all of these dragons, killed every one of them, and then finally he lost his eye while fighting the last one, the white one, and it caught him in a blast of freezing cold, and it froze his eye so solid, and it just shattered right out of its head when he fell and hit his head after falling off of the back of the dragon.
Oh.
So I want to go up and ask the bartender about the signs being switched, and if they ever know if that's a scam that happens for bandits or something.
Okay. Yeah, he gets a serious look on his face as you ask. He says, yeah, there's some little band of thugs and bandits running the wilderness between us and Wisbeck. They've been operating for a few months now. They keep switching signs, that sort of business. I have reason to believe 1 or 2 of them might have been from here originally. They've, hard times have led them into a dangerous profession. They like to get themselves killed. I do worry they might be terrorizing some of the farmers that live out that way.
Hey, Tamati.
You want us to stop them? I've been itching for a fight. Maybe you can go with us and lose your other eye.
And he,
I don't know, Tamati. It's hard to run a tavern when you're blind.
Yeah, you're probably right. But it'd be a good story to tell.
You can be here. Lots of other things.
It's just I'm past my adventuring days now.
How long ago did you adventure, may I ask?
200 years now. It's been some time.
You're still young.
It's just I don't think that's the word I'd use for it. It's just he's I wouldn't say I'm an old man either. Just a little creaky at the hinges, maybe.
Well seasoned.
Well seasoned.
It's I like that. That's well seasoned.
Yeah. Here.
So, those of you who are drinking, would you like some of our famous stone brew?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Word.
Family recipe.
Oh, even better.
He goes.
Can I also get a tankard of water?
What's this water you speak of?
He taps the side of his nose and he says, "Had a few too many rough nights lately, have you?"
One in particular.
I hear you. And he brings over a mug of stone brew and a mug
pat
of water.
Smotty on the back and I'm like, ask my friend the barf bag here.
What? Oh, yes. The whole way here, just all down my back. Awful. Luckily it was raining.
Yeah,
Otherwise...
Yeah, he pushes the ale your way, says, so travelers say it's the finest ale they've ever tasted. Some of them say it's finer than anything they've even found in Gate or Kaidan.
Ooh.
I'll sample a shot.
In that case.
You ever try Hobgoblin Black Brew, what was it called?
It was
the
It was
wine.
just a hobgoblin wine, yeah.
Hobgoblin wine? That stuff is pretty good.
It's fantastic.
He's I haven't had occasion to try it. It sounds interesting.
They did look at the hobgoblins. Any of you know the recipe for that?
They all just kind of shrug. They're just like, we're not brewers.
We should probably learn their names sometime. The hobgoblins.
The hobgoblins. Those guys over there. You know.
Yeah, stick that in chat. I want to see all 10 hobgoblin names right now.
It was like, well, you've got John and Paul and Ringo and George.
Matthew.
That's what I thought.
John Thack, Paul Thack.
The last episode of Critical Role I had watched, they're like, what is the flower of white stone? He's like, oh, let's see. It's a white orchid that does... I'm like, what the heck?
It's entirely possible he made that up on the spot.
Oh, I'm sure he did, but that was my favorite part about it. It's just like, out of the blue, just some
Speaking
random
of
white
drinks.
flower. Right.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Yeah, I have like lists of emergency names for some cases, but I don't have a list of hobgoblin names yet.
I didn't think you did, so that's why I was like, haha, right now, come on, let's go.
I also asked the bartender if he happens to have like any like simple recipes. He'd be like, my Goliath friend here just starting to get into brewing. I was wondering if you have like any like very basic brew recipes.
Sure, you'll forgive me if I can't give away the recipe for stone brew.
Oh,
They're just
it's so
very
fantastic.
basic. He's never done it before, just like basic.
Yeah,
I need more water.
this can't be throwing the recipe for stone brew around. I'm already worried enough that human over at the Howling Wolf has figured it out somehow.
Ooh,
but like I can give you a basic formula you can work from. I mean,
that'd be great.
Like he writes down a simple recipe and hands it over to you and says, if you're looking for the supplies for these, most farmers will be able to set you up with some of this. You'll be able to find farmers that grow these crops anywhere you go, and if you're in a city, it'll come easy as well.
Excellent.
It's just
it's gonna be great. I grabbed a handful of berries. I didn't say this, but I really wanted to. I grabbed a handful of berries off the side of the road one time and just kind of crushed them up into a cup and just like, close enough, drink it. It was just terrible. I just spit it out. But I'm a brewer. Oh no.
Just kidding.
No. Attempt number 1. Gotta keep trying.
like first thing you'll need to learn about brewing is patience, though. Fermentation takes some time.
Just stares at you with a blank stare.
It's just like the yeast takes some time to turn everything into alcohol. The sugars, otherwise, it won't do anything for you. You have to give the yeast the time to do its job, otherwise you just have sort of sweet grain juice. It's not...
Good to know. Sweet grain.
I've been switching back and forth between my ale and my water.
Yeah. The stone brew is very, very impressive. It is, it's some of the best you've had, even, in your travels. And even having met some interesting people with interesting brews.
This is an excellent brew.
Can I recommend you in the future?
Can I buy a bottle?
Certainly. And
How much?
he hands you a bottle. He's just like, 3 silver.
I'll give
It's
him a
a
gold piece.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he hands you a...
That's still equivalent, right? I mean, I'm not shortchanging him.
No, he hands you 4 for that. Yeah.
Nice.
Perfect. My plan is to since it's so good, I'm slowly gonna collect all the different flavors that I really like and start trying to brew something close as I go.
Yeah.
So I just keep one and just test.
Yeah.
Nope.
Not that I can spell or anything. Toss it in the bag of holding. Mine. T for tamati. T for test. T for don't touch.
That's an X.
Don't do it.
Close enough. I know one letter.
Rotate neck slightly, and it looks like a lowercase t. There you go.
Like that. See? Get your hands off my ale. Perfect. So, time we roll in to dusk time, or are we like gonna walk around the town for a while? What are we doing?
Do we want to fight some bandits?
I always want to fight bandits. I just don't know what time of the day it is. If we got here later in the day.
Funny though, if we have some.
Yeah,
It'd be
we
funny
will,
for like us to sneak in their camp and like put a bunch of them in there and then have just like explode and see what they do.
Go prank the bandits.
See if we can scare them off with the owlbear.
Yeah.
Works for me. I'm all for it. Let's do it.
Owlbear.
Scariest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, wouldn't it be fun to have?
Oh yeah, roll tormenting.
That's a great idea.
Hey, we could... Are we down?
You could have a nip, like, hit in the bags, like, I don't know.
If it's in the little bag, it's like...
I don't know how we'd get them off.
It's probably around 7 in the evening by the time you rolled in here, so whether you feel like going out or not is up to you. You've gone out later than that.
Much later than that.
We definitely could.
How long was the travel from the fork in the road to work? How many hours?
Like probably 2 hours.
I mean, we could do it tomorrow if we do want to do it.
Have Nip drop them off, and as he drops them off, I could go like an arrow with a fire at the end and like them as he goes.
Yeah, you have been making very good time thus far, so if you wanted to double back a little bit and go check on this situation, you'd have time to manage.
What does the group think?
I think it sounds interesting.
Yeah, especially like if they're terrorizing like farmers in the area.
Yeah,
it might be a good idea to handle it. Although last time we tried to handle something,
it's just one little thing.
That's true.
Salt monster.
It's not a necromancer that's gonna end up destroying the city.
Hopefully, it's just misguided folks down on their luck that we can scare them straight.
I like it. That is not the one that's open.
We could do it tomorrow if you even want to. I think it could be nice to kind of like, I don't know. I think we could make it, nice to like help people out as we travel.
Yeah.
That's how you build a reputation, if you know what I mean.
I'm good.
So are you thinking of like traveling back in the morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe if we go to bed earlier, we can wake up before sunrise and go sneak over. That way it's still dark and it'll still freak them out more.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Yes.
I do ask the bartender if there's a bookstore in town.
There's nothing that specific. We've Jebediah at the blacksmith might be able to turn up some parts. We don't have a dedicated bowyer or anything. We have a couple of folks that craft their own for hunting.
A bookshop?
Oh, it sounded like you said bow shop. So
okay.
It was like a bookshop is just like it's just like there's.
What was that sound, by the way?
It's just like it would be a high estimate if half the people in town could read, friend.
Okay. Thank you.
My kind of people. Right.
I want to make some fish soup for everybody with some of our salted fish for dinner before we head to bed early.
Mm.
Cool. make a cook's utensils check.
Okay.
Let it be good.
Aww.
That is the worst fish soup I've ever had.
Yeah.
Prestidigitation to make it taste yummy.
I rolled a
Wow.
natural 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Even with the +4, natural 1.
there was an attempt.
Yeah.
So what happened was I
So
was,
that's how not to make it. Okay, I'll note that for later. Ugh.
I was talking with Calder, and I was like, I'm gonna get some brewing tips. And so I saw your fish stew, and I was like, I think he's already brewing something. So I tossed in like yeast and crap. I'm like, that's your fish soup?
No wonder it's soft. Hamari.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It'll be better next time, guys.
I was just going to say that you kind of like fail to gauge just how salty the fish is and kind of
That's
overdo it.
super
You end up with like
salty.
a really like
Really salty.
I like tomato.
Too many fish in the batch.
yeah.
I'm good with
Either way.
Yeah.
Too much fish and yeast.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Next time will easily be better. Hopefully.
All right. So you turn in early, get in some sleep before, and rise before the sun does, so that you can begin to make your way back.
Can Semester do another Tinker's check for the crossbow hand thing?
Yes.
17 plus 7. 24.
All right.
You think he could have rolled this well
I'm
when
sorry,
he was
did you
falling?
say 34?
24.
24.
Oh, okay. I was like,
You think he would roll this well when he was falling to his death in the tower?
Yeah, he manages to mostly tie up his design now, and he just is going to have to start actually working on crafting the pieces and assembling them after this. So,
Cool.
so you rise early. Anything you want to do before you begin making your way back along the road to?
What plan?
I want to polish my amulet because it's been a little while.
Okay.
Kind of just use like part of my cloak and kind of try and polish it up.
Okay. All right, so you make your way back along the road until you are kind of in the same vicinity of where you were.
Where the fork is?
Yeah, around where the fork was.
Okay.
Let's go rough him up.
Okay. I want to kind of like keep a perception up, and when I start to notice things that suggest that people are around, I want to cast my spirit of witnessing.
Okay.
So you want to keep
Oh, Sanctuary.
Mouse would, like go a little bit ahead of us to just
Nips.
kind of, or to go a little bit ahead of us to make sure.
Yeah, and Loki could run
I get better
surveillance.
Let me try that again. I get better perception when Loki is with me.
Oh, okay, cool. Dig it.
I feel like I need to hang on to it for a little bit.
I feel like it's gonna need to be Nip that kind of like finds where they are.
Yeah, let's use the familiars to kind of scout out the situation.
Nip's moment to shine. Go, buddy.
I was sitting here walking behind a mouse going, this is dumb. I'm a warrior. I
are you
run into
guys
battle
just-
and I walk behind a
Just
mouse.
heading down the other path that you decided not to take, or what are you doing here? Like,
I think so.
I don't think we should.
We're
I
looking
think
for trouble, honestly.
I think we should stay off the path. I think
yes.
we should, like stay on the side.
So
Okay.
maybe while you guys are all stealthing, I'm just gonna be walking down the middle of the walkway.
Yeah, you're the bait.
Just walk.
There we go.
Yeah.
But we kind of want to find them while they're sleeping and
Yeah.
scare them straight, right?
That's what we want to try at least.
Yeah, that's the goal.
I could do pass without a trace, but then I lose 2 key points.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so as you are kind of heading off the trail to try to stay out of sight, the woods start to get pretty thick the further in you get, and in the dark and fog of the rainy morning, you are at risk of getting a little turned around.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to make a survival check to see if they can.
I'm really
kind of-
bad at those.
I've got +4. I can do it.
Yeah.
Do it, Tamati!
Tamati, who is on the trail and not at risk of getting lost. You can't do it. I'm afraid you're on the trail.
Dang it! It was good too. Sorry.
Oh.
I wanted to.
Oh,
like,
did we already start walking? Or
Huh?
You guys are in the forest.
Oh,
I'm sitting on my trail.
I was gonna say if we were looking for a bait, we could have Timaeus walking with someone and talk about like his life as a noble, so he sounds like it's a really.
Oh,
That's a good idea.
Sameas is just rambling to Tamati about his life as a noble, and Tamati is just like,
Fingers in my ears.
I just give Tamati a smirk.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I have decent survival.
I want to. If we're doing that, I want to go
Do
with
that.
them on the path and keep an eye out for notice to try and spot signs of people being nearby.
so you're kind of staying close to the road then?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Nip is trying to find them.
Yeah.
Finding anything?
I will still say that. Well, I guess Nip should make a survival check then if he's like actually hunting for.
What's the survival?
Yeah. What did I get? A
4.
4. Not good.
No.
Not good. Not good.
Sorry, just looking for Nipsey's page. Here you go. Survival?
Yep.
0.
Yeah. 4. Well, a lot of his are negative, so I'm gonna keep that good.
Can we just say Hawk comes down and eats Nips and that's it?
No, you
Wait.
Yes. Like, Nip is pretty clearly losing track of what is happening because these woods are pretty confusing. It's dark, it's foggy, it's rainy, it's hard to find your way. Nip is pretty clearly losing his way, and in turn, anyone who is following him is also losing their way a little bit. And,
I think I would kind of stay kind of close to the road, but
Yeah.
within hiding.
Yeah, that's
Because I'm
Mouse
super
is
stealthy,
it.
so is Mouse.
just not because the road you're in plain sight, but if you side would
yeah.
still fall.
Can I roll a stealth check?
Sure.
Yay!
Natural one.
Okay. 22.
Yeah, you are easily able to, especially under the circumstances, keep out of sight of anyone either on the road or lurking out at the fringes of it by kind of moving through the trees.
Mouse need.
What's that?
Mouse need.
She need to make a stealth check.
Yeah, I'll just say anybody who is not on the road should probably make a stealth check.
Ha! I can't fail, suckers.
Hmm.
I guess technically it's a natural one because I'm in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 11, not 8.
Mine
So what, 25?
25.
Nice.
Nice. I got a 19.
22.
Okay, so you are all able to keep a pretty low profile
Yay.
and stay out of the way.
And then my summer cottage.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yes, tell me more about your summer cottage. No, we're not rich enough as it is.
Yeah, so the rest of you get just a little bit ahead, and you see after a little bit that there is a little clearing that opens up just ahead that the path is passing through. Everybody make perception checks.
Oh, by the way,
Oh, I cast my Spirit of Witnessing when I start to see the clearing.
can I cast Inspiring Spirit?
Sure.
Yeah.
So everybody gets a +1 to their perception check.
Nice.
So many pages.
Oh, I better make
What do we add to our perception?
There's a perception modifier.
1.
Oh, got it.
Your perception
I see it.
modifier and then an additional 1.
Got it. So I got a 13.
With the additional 1, I got
14.
18.
Perception, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
18.
I'm glad I hung on to Loki.
What was that?
23.
Okay.
What the?
I love having real dice.
Yeah.
It just feels earned whether I do well or poor.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Makes me laugh. My dwarven dice that are like, dwarven are half as light as my metal dice. I mean, they're super just like non-comparison, just like blah.
Yeah.
My metal dice are like, thump. Ooh, it's a good one. It's so light.
What was Mouse's perception on this?
15.
15? All right. So, did you roll for Samaeus, Chris?
Oh no. I will do that. 16. 22 for Samaeus.
Okay. So, Jasu, Samaeus, and Tamati are the only ones who actually spot that there are about like 10 or 11 men that are dressed in sort of like drab clothing to try to blend in, and they are lurking at the fringes of this clearing, and actually anyone who got, I think, yeah, so Jasu and Samaeus, you guys actually kind of hear them like whispering amongst themselves. I guess Samaeus manages to pick up some of this through his own ramblings in spite of the fact that he is talking. But Jasu and Samaeus, yeah, you can kind of faintly hear them whispering amongst themselves, and they're just like, one of them, before you guys start to come up, they're just like, one of them's like, I don't understand why we've got to be up here anyway. No one's traveling at this time. And the other one's just like, shut up, and like, points as they see Samaeus and Tamati approaching, and they're just like, one of them, the other one leans in and it's just like, how do you know there'd be travelers along this road at this hour? It's like, shut up, I'll tell you later.
Can we get it, since we're being stealthy, could we get like eyes around?
You don't ask that.
Or we
you could position yourselves to surprise them a bit, but basically you are trying to work this out in my head. Samaeus and Tamati are going to be walking into the clearing probably a few seconds before the rest of you would be able to get up behind them. So they're not far ahead of you, but moving quietly, you would probably be about a round behind, essentially, if they...
And I also kind of kind of climb up a tree so she'd have like good aim.
Okay.
Do we still want to try the owlbear thing? Just to see what happens?
I had a better idea. What if, can we use like minor illusion or something to make it look like the ground is starting to...
I have a minor illusion cantrip that I could do.
Yeah.
Someone could do the sound and someone could do illusion.
I have.
Because what I was thinking, if someone can make the ground look like it's starting to and come up, like something's burrowing out, I can have Loki make the purple worm call instead.
I don't think minor illusion's
like
that
the
big.
noises of a purple worm, because that's what we heard when we encountered that worm. And he
Minor
used mimicry to mimic
minor
anything
illusion
he's
can
heard.
only make an image that's like 5 feet square.
Well, I'm just thinking of like
It's
the
a really
mound
tiny
in the
worm.
ground.
I had one.
Oh, you have a. Is that for disguising yourself?
I had a silent image, a 15-foot cube illusion,
Oh.
including visible.
Get the ground and a little bit of worm going on.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about both of those is that I'm not entirely sure they allow you to have sort of like an animate image. I think it's a still image, unless it specifies that you can have some form of simple motion in the text of the spell. Let me look that up.
If not, Loki could still make the owl bear sound close by, even if it's not. And like,
Silent image. You can have motion in silent image.
okay, cool.
You can have motion?
Yes.
Yep.
15-foot cube. That's pretty good projection.
It's purely visual.
Well, another one of us could do a minor illusion with the sound.
Yeah.
Yes,
I can have Loki make the call too with his mimicry.
I will say that all of you very distinctly remember how much the earth shook when the purple worm came up. That
I mean, worst case scenario, we fight them either way.
Yeah, whether these guys have any experience with purple worms or not, they might.
Could I disguise myself as a purple worm?
As far as the ground's shaking.
Oh my gosh!
Does anyone have the
purple worm puppet?
What's the spell that they use on?
I'm a purple worm.
Hey,
jazz hands.
What's the spell that they used on Orion to make him look like God and shake the ground?
I think that was thaumaturgy, but I was wondering if I could do the ground shaking part with prestidigitation, because it says that I can do a instantaneous, harmless sensory effect.
Or make their brain think it's shaking,
You might be able to make one or two of them think that the earth is shaking. You would not be able to get all 11 of them.
Well, that could still work. If two of them are freaked out enough, it could spread into the crowd.
Two less.
And that's if I make disguise myself as a purple.
It only makes your foot taller. Just as purple worm.
It's like a performance of 40.
I was going to say, if you disguise yourself as a purple worm, they may think that you escaped from a mental hospital and just let you go.
There you go, guys.
It's just like the balloon guys out in front of the. I'm a purple worm.
I don't know. I almost feel like we should do the silent image, and then I can use prestidigitation to make a couple of them.
And I'll do the sensory. I'll do the audio
for the sound, and then Loki does the call.
Loki do it too.
But the sound of the rumbling and stuff.
Oh.
I can stomp my feet really loud.
Yeah. Does someone have a hammer that's intense?
Yeah, but they're watching him.
I mean,
I guess we could message him, but
Don't look for a second. I need to make a sound effect.
Let's be honest. If we don't do this, we're going to be fighting 11 of them anyways.
Yeah.
Just screw with them a little bit. You know what I mean?
You know what's just occurred to me? Let me make a check for Sameus real quick. Yep, he remembers this. Sameus' shovel can send out a shockwave for 60 feet.
Oh!
What?
Oh, jeez.
So Rin just message him and tell him when to do it, and then just go.
David, bravo, my friend.
yeah. So whenever we sit whenever we say Jenga, I'll stand in front of him like, Sameas, stop talking, and then he'll just pull out a shovel and just underneath me.
Like on
Okay.
the ground. But it's
That is true. Sameas is standing out in the open. They might notice.
But that's why I'm like, if I'm standing in front of him,
Even then, if he knocks them prone, it doesn't knock a couple of them prone.
I also have that fan.
If they don't do their.
Yeah, they have to make Constitution saving throws.
Yeah, so I mean, even if they see it, to me, like, there's just no downside to doing this. Like, worst case.
Yeah, totally.
And like,
Totally.
Let's just do it.
Like, we could. I don't know. I was gonna say if we could make it look like Tamati's aware of it coming, so that when he pulls out the shovel and does it, it's just adding to the effect of the illusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're messaging them and like coaching them through the timing and everything.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So wait, so are we doing that instead of you?
No, you're doing.
No, we're doing it all together. This multi-layered. This is like dinner and a show, man.
Okay.
All out.
So we're
Okay, let me know when.
okay.
Okay. So let's just tell David the order, so like we don't have to be like, oh. So basically, we're doing pretty much the
Sound of rumbling,
The rumble
and then
noises.
the illusion.
Yeah. The rumble noises.
The ground's moving.
The illusion. The shovel. The purple worm image and the.
Okay.
Cool.
Boom,
We're doing
boom,
that.
boom, 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 just like that.
All right.
Do I have to roll for Sameas' shovel?
No, they roll saving throws against that. It just
Cool.
happens.
I
and
forgot
they roll
about
saving
that. I've been wanting to
throws.
use the shovel this whole time.
That's awesome.
Let me
They
see.
even tried to use the last game against the Necron.
Ready?
Rolling this in a couple of groups just so I know how.
Set.
You guys, what is happening right now?
Now! We're doing it now!
So can I just tell you, I rolled them in groups so I didn't have to roll 11 times. Every single one of them failed their saving throw.
excellent.
Oh, hey, David. I want to be prepared to sprint and get one of them and do a non-lethal stunning strike so we can like.
Oh, they're stunned, man. They're all stunned.
Okay.
From the shockwave, they're all stunned for a minute.
Oh, okay, cool.
Like you can.
Let's run around and tie him up. Hurry, quick.
I was about to say you can
I
like
have
you
some
can
rope.
like casually walk
We
in
all
there
have
and
run.
tie them all up. You don't need to. Have to
Let's do it. Tie. And we drag him into this clearing. Drag them all into the clearing.
Hold on. Before we do that, can we just still do the illusion anyways, just to scare them?
Yeah.
Yes,
did
we
the
do that.
illusion. We're gonna say like you guys prepare for this. You set up the timing. They are like Tamati upon hearing like sort of like looks out into the woods and like you set it up. You all do this. You step in front so that they don't notice Sameas doing this. There's a rumble in the earth as the shape of a purple worm begins to rise up out of the ground. A couple of them like scream just at the sight of it, just in time for Sameas to like jam his shovel down into the ground, sending a shockwave out from the point of impact that shakes the whole area. It doesn't affect any of you because he can choose what creatures it affects, by the way.
Yes. That's the best.
Like, every day keep Sameas out of the bag of holding and use him.
Yeah. And like those of you that are watching just see all 11 of these bandits just being like, ah! And then they just fall over. and
Just cracking up.
They are terrified. They are stunned and unable to move for a minute. They
We just nonchalantly walk in and tie them up.
yeah, they can repeat the saving throws. Let me just make a couple of checks. Still failing. They all fail. They just like so they're able to.
How many can we tie up in 2 minutes?
You tie them all. They're all tied. Like within a minute.
We drag. They need to be in the clearing
Drag
too,
them
so
all
there's
into
no
the
hiding.
clearing, tie the tied parts all together. So
Yes.
all of them are knotted together.
So how do we get them back to town?
And we take out their daggers. We disarm them completely.
Can we loot?
Sure.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, math loot. What do we find?
So what's going to happen is Tamati, after everybody's tied them all up, Tamati's going to line them up in a row and go, this is what happens whenever you try and rob people on the road.
Yeah, Tamati, intimidate.
Life
Give him the
lesson.
tough talk.
Hey, get your hammer.
Tamati's what you need to know to be a man speech, you know?
Yes.
Are you talking
Takes
to
out
the
a
one who
siege
looks to
wall,
be the
throws
leader
it
or
into
one
the
of the...
ground, leans on it, like,
I was
is
going
this
to talk to
really
them
what
all.
you want to do for the
Okay,
rest
just
of
all
your
of them in
life?
general.
Yeah, just in general. Be like, this is, and then I'll look at the leader and go, okay, who hired you? What's going on? Clearly you guys don't want to be here.
I will say for your first talk, make a persuasion check, but treat it as an intimidation. Like,
Oh, excellent.
because you're like, they're already kind of in a weird headspace. So
Like all Goliath, just like
Intimidation is +9 plus my 16 that I rolled. Was that a 23? 22.
These bandits are all gonna like go join a monastery or something.
Just shape up. I mean, you got lots of brains between you. You're gonna make great men and great warriors.
the whole time
You
they're
gotta
just
quit this.
They're just bags of
The
jelly.
whole time, Jasu's back there, just like picking their pockets.
what do I find? What do I find?
You find a total between all of them of 520 gold. And you take a
Go
bunch
home
of...
to your mothers, kiss them,
like,
tell them you love them.
every one of them was carrying like just simple kind of poorly made daggers, that kind of thing. One or two of them had really just terribly made bows. They were poorly kitted out. They're wearing rags. They're like, barely... They were not a threat of any significant amount. If this had come to a stand-up fight, you guys probably would have wiped them out in a round before they got the chance to do much. These guys
This
are
is so
small
much
time.
better.
I'm like, these guys are really small
Like, can we
time.
just instead of beating the snot out of them, let's just absolutely humiliate them. They will never do this again.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
like-
That's basically what
Like, a couple of these guys are gonna end up like going and like becoming clerics. They have just like,
Full on.
you just did the like intimidation Goliath version of you want to go home and rethink your life.
Yep. That's me.
Yes.
You just
The best.
you terrified these guys so much. They are still like, most of them are still half convinced that you like command a purple worm. That you have, like, tamed a
We
purple
do.
worm.
It's true. We do.
If we ever hear about you guys again,
We
Coming
will
after you.
hunt you down.
It knows your scent. It's coming after you.
Emerald wing, upheading the purple worm.
We intimidate again.
They like the leader who introduces himself as Elmore says like,
Oh, with the leader named Elmore. Sorry.
it's just like, we'll make this right somehow. All the people we've taken money from, the locals at least, the travelers we likely can't find, but the local farmers and whatnot, we'll do work on their farms for them. We'll help out any way we can.
Yeah.
Just be contributing members of society. That's all-
Please.
Ooh.
Just don't sick the purple worm on us.
So since they're like,
I'll talk to it. Don't worry.
you would just like cut the ropes and let them go,
Let's
or
take him to town. Please.
okay.
Yeah, let's let him go.
Like, you
Escort
talk
him
about
back.
creative player plans. This I could not have.
That was genius. And we've got to remember that setup because that could be useful in the future too.
Purple worm for the win.
And it was so perfect that we had Tamati and Sameas out there already. My gosh.
Guys, this is our real first like D&D cohesive team moment.
Yeah. Go Emerald Wing. Woo.
Yes.
We are now Emerald.
So, yeah, like Maybe an hour and a half later, you make good time back into town. Sun's just starting to like come up over the horizon as you drag in these bandits. Like, just a string of bandits tied up, all looking like humiliated and scared still. Like, a couple of them keep like every time they hear any noise, they hear like, what was that? Like looking around, like they're expecting a purple worm to dive from the side of the road and devour them at any moment.
PTSD, essentially.
Oh my gosh.
I look at myself.
The color of
I understand what you are all going through. I had a run-in with an owlbear one time. Just know that you can change your ways.
When Loki goes and sits on his shoulder and like does the bear cry on somebody's shoulder.
Did Loki do the purple worm scream again?
Just fly off about 20 feet behind us and screech.
So yeah, that essentially was like our evening.
That was our plan for the evening. Yeah, scare them / beat them up, figure out who they're working for,
Hey,
and then go back and take a nap.
What's
I want to know
what's
is like the local.
Yeah.
They just like.
Yeah, do you just want to turn them into the local law enforcement, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, but what are the local people like thinking of? Like, how are they reacting when they see this?
They are like they recognize that these are the bandits that have been causing trouble, and they're just kind of looking at all of you in awe, like somehow you just like scared them into like, because like as you pass by, like the bandits are just like turning to townsfolk that are coming out, and they're just like, I'm so sorry for this. Times were hard, you know. It's like it's hard for all of us to get by. This wasn't the answer. I'm so sorry. Like,
we have a story to tell the bartender now.
All
it's
bad.
just like, be careful of these. Like, you know, it's like these people though. They're powerful. They're powerful wizards. They command like a monster. I think they have some kind of like burrowing dragon that follows them around and follows their orders. Be kind to these people. Treat them well.
Emerald Wing legend is growing. Wyatt's gonna get an earful.
They conjured a purple dragon out of the earth. Stop a thief.
Oh man.
So you find your way to the office of the Reeve who oversees law enforcement here. His name is Alexandros Fail. He is kind of an imposing-looking middle-aged man, blonde hair, cropped blonde beard, sort of a bulbous nose, wearing leather armor, and looks like he has some pretty serious lines in his face. Looks like he spent a long time serving in actual combat before he settled down here. And he just kind of looks in disbelief as you drag the entire bandit band. And
Problem solved. You're welcome.
yeah, and like, Elmore, the bandit leader, is just like, we'll come peacefully. We don't want to cause any trouble. We'll do whatever you want. We'll
Don't bring up the purple worm.
What was the guard's name again?
What?
What was the guard's name again?
The Reeve. His name is Alexandros Fael. But he kind of just looks on in disbelief, and he says, "So tell me, what exactly happened here? What is all this?"
I just imagine all the robbers just like going crazy all at once.
They're telling the story more than we are.
We want the legend to grow.
Yeah, just pandemonium, and he like looks like he's picking out a few words from among all of them here and there, and looking over at you like, "What?"
Somebody just pipes up, "Oi, one at a time." Sorry.
Yeah, they immediately go quiet, and they're just like, yes, sir, Tamati, sir, yes, Wyatt, sir.
That's the leader.
Elmore like explains the situation to the Reeve. Just say it's like we're the bandits that have been striking local farmers and travelers for the last couple of months. It like times are hard. We've been struggling to make ends meet, and some of us thought this was the only way to keep our families alive, to keep money flowing, and it's just like this, this wasn't the way to handle it. We see that now. We're willing to do whatever we can to make this right. And the Reeve rolls a ridiculously high insight check to believe this, and it's just like, you know what? I think
he does.
He's like, I think you just might, and he turns to the rest of you, and it's just like, as he has some of his men lead the bandits away to...
Tell me again what his name is.
The Reeve?
Alexandrus Fael.
Yeah.
Alexandrus?
Yep. Fael.
And he turns to all of you and is just like, what on earth did you do to those poor boys?
Honestly, it was hilarious. we have like magic,
trick of the lighting,
Just give him a good scare.
Images.
Pick him up.
Popped a purple worm out of the ground and scared the crap out of everybody. It was glorious.
Better to just let them tell.
Just let the
Loki,
legend grow.
Loki kind of croaks, like quietly does the purple worm call.
Yeah. Like you
Just
kind of
really
see
quietly.
You kind of see a hint of recognition in his eyes as he kind of starts to put together what happened.
Oh, yes.
Very good. Very
What's the name of the town again?
This is
Greenwick.
Greenwick, yeah.
And what was the name of the leader? Bandits?
Elmore. They're good kids. They just got turned around.
So, Mr. Fael, why is there so much economic trouble in this area lately?
Times are hard everywhere. The king's taxes are heavy and getting heavier all the time. And there's just been the Count, the local noble Count Airwell. He's well liked, and also the people are a bit scared of him. But he treats them well. He doesn't collect as much for himself as he likely could.
We could tell you stories.
He just says the Count is the Count does his best, but the King wants more all the time, and especially for those of us who don't have much to begin with, like small town like ours, it's easy for what the King takes to be more than we can really afford.
I mean, we're on our way to the king as an envoy, is there?
Good luck to you. Nobody'd ever accuse that drunk bastard of being a reasonable man.
Sounds like a fun day.
If you mean to see the king, then I would warn you to be careful. He's not a reasonable man. He's also not a very smart man, but his advisor is a lot brighter than he is. I imagine she wields more of the power, really, if you get right down to it.
Fair enough.
We don't deal with the royals very often. We try to avoid it wherever we can.
Thank you very much for that information. That will be very helpful.
And he
basically suck up and try and talk to the advisor.
Yeah, he gives you an additional 100 gold reward for bringing in the bandits.
Nice.
We want to put any of this into the party fund.
Yeah, like I was saying before, if there's no like specific person tied to gold, I think it should go to the party fund.
I agree.
Okay, so
He gives the party gold.
So the 100 goes
Yeah.
into the party fund.
And the did you guys put the 500x in?
520.
I don't know what 500 you're talking about.
Remember, I'm the one that gathered it.
Dang it!
Oh, there's that up.
That's right. I was giving my whatever boy needs to know about being a man speech.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I have to go write that speech now.
Yeah.
Tamati's version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next time it comes up.
100. Did that stay with you, Chris, or
What?
the 500?
Yeah, the 520 I currently have on my person.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I knew where it went.
Okay.
So.
I mean, I'll probably give it to the party fund.
Say again.
I'll probably just give it to the party fund.
Okay. How much was it?
Unless we want to just get like 100 gold each.
I could do that. I think that's a good idea because I just spent some money on some potions.
Me too.
Did you say it was 520?
Yeah, 520.
520.
So we could each get 100 and put 20 in the fund.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, I could do 20 gold for like a collector's fee.
Except for
No.
The Reeve
We're a team.
thanks
We don't
you-
hire you out.
Yeah, the Reeve thanks you for your help, and he says if you ever come back this way, then we would be happy to host you here in Greenwick. And
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
he says maybe
Keep that in
next time you might meet the Count, some of the other prominent locals.
Give our regards to the Count.
I will do that. And now you can begin your usual day of travel onward if you wish.
Yeah, let's keep going.
I'm gonna step out for a sec, but I'll have my phone so I can still hear.
So
Okay.
this is the 11th day.
Wow, I just rolled 9 on both my
Yes,
dice. That's impressive.
11th day.
Die 11. Oops, upside down.
So you make your way further. The rain lets up a little bit today, but it doesn't ever fully go away. There's still a light drizzle that kind of follows you everywhere you go.
Bloody typhoon.
Typhoon keeps a grudge.
Yeah.
Well, when you smash his face in, it's caught it.
Guys, that was an amazing moment.
That was pretty fantastic.
That was one of those moments where I'm just trying to figure out as you're coming up with like, how do I even handle this situation?
You don't. You just let it happen.
It's like, this is not something I could have had any preparation for because it's just so bizarre that I can like, they'll probably try to pretend to have a purple worm.
That's probably what they'll do.
Sure.
Makes
That's a great idea.
Makes sense.
Now you know us a little better.
Yeah. All right, so you travel pretty much all day, making a little better time than usual, but still having to slow down in a few spots to cross flooded sections where the road is partially washed out, but not so badly that you can't safely cross. And by the time you make camp, it has the sun has already set, and let's see where the.
I'm going to look around for any kind of berries.
Okay, make a survival check to forage.
Oh, son of a... I find poisonous berries. I rolled a 3. That's a 7 total.
Gotta watch out for those poisonous berries.
It was like you like pluck a pine cone and you're just like, that looks like a berry.
Considering.
Take a bite out of it. No, that won't work.
Like, not a berry. Turns out,
Not a berry.
not a berry.
Those big crunchy things, not berries. In case anybody was wondering. I was going to let it sit for 2 minutes before I tried drinking it.
Yeah.
Still doesn't work.
I haven't normally been asking this, but who's on watch when you guys are taking your long rest? Like, who's on first watch, at least? Because you probably rotate to some degree.
I'll take first watch. I figured Tamati's going to be on watch most because he's got the largest survival check, so he's kind of more adept to the weather.
I got a +3 survival, so I could take second watch.
Okay.
Anyway,
And then
not that it
maybe
really
like
matters 'cause
Timaeus
it's
and
more perception.
since Timaeus and Zafine only need 4 hours, should they?
Yeah, I only need 4 hours of sleep, so I can
You guys
take
can
watches later in the morning too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So perception's good. Yeah. I just
Yeah.
I'll take first.
Whoever takes first watch.
Like,
me.
take the early morning watch.
I take first watch while looking for berries.
Yeah, I'll take an early watch too because I only
Running
need 5
pine
hours.
cone.
All right. Give me a perception check since you're on first watch.
I'm never using this dice again. No, just kidding. This one's actually not too bad. Perception. That's a 13.
Okay.
Not so good.
So,
That pine cone's got me distracted.
like, you are not entirely certain what it is because they're kind of moving around as quietly as they can. It seems like they're a little clumsy about it, but there are several small creatures of some kind that are kind of trying to sneak up on the camp. They're not being super stealthy about it. They are like, you still can't in the dark make out what they are exactly, but you definitely can tell that something's trying to sneak up on camp.
It'd be a great time to have dark vision.
Oh, I should have cast it on you before.
Don't worry about it. I walk back to the campfire and go, hey, got something moving. Anybody that can see better than me wanna...
I'll wake up. I have up to 90 feet of dark vision.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll wake up too.
All right. Yeah, so they're trying to circle around and stay out of sight, but you can still make out the motion, and you can kind of hear almost like the kind of whispering where they think they're being quiet, but it sounds kind of like a stage whisper. And,
I think they're over here.
Yeah, you're picking up. You're picking up just bits and pieces of it, and you hear one of these voices say, "All right, now!" And out of the woods, you see 5, probably maybe 8 to 10-year-old children, human,
Aww.
human, a couple of maybe 1 or 2 half elf. They are charging at you guys, screaming with wooden swords.
Sweet! I'm so glad I woke up.
My quarterstaff.
Yeah, I get my short sword still in its scabbard. I totally jump into sparring.
And very non-lethal strikes, David.
Oh yeah. Just stick touches.
Yeah, they are clearly trying their hardest. They are actively trying to hurt you, and they are just failing so hard at it. You're not having any difficulty, throwing them off. Getting one of them does get in a real solid whack to Jasu's shin with one of those wooden swords. It does not feel good.
Once again,
Tamati's still just laughing at Picks the kids up, like kid in each hand, just.
You could start juggling them.
Like,
What was that speech you had?
quick, get the purple word.
These aren't even boys yet. These are children. Come on.
I will just give you free grapple successes on the children. You don't need to check to see if your giant Goliath can successfully grapple 8-year-olds.
Yeah,
Just pick up one of them in each hand, hands around their entire torsos.
Just like,
Just kind of, holding
mighty
their arms
warriors.
in,
Just kind of pick them both up and just hug them.
You guys, You manage to, between all of you, restrain these kids, and they're very upset about it, and they're just like.
Meanwhile, Rin is waking up like, what is going on out here?
And one of them is just yelling like, "Mom, Dad, the bandits got us!" And another one like gives you this like defiant look just straight to Mati, and it's just like, "You'll never take us alive."
Well,
I just
Kind of
I put
already
down the two
did
kids
it.
that I'm holding and just pick him up just by himself. Hold him up, be like, all right, you must be the leader. Tell me what you know.
Like, I won't tell you anything.
Oh, I've heard that before. We have ways of making you talk.
Toss in the air! Catch!
Anyone have any like cookies?
you might be overpowered, guys. I think you have to move. Camp.
Surrounded us, caught us by surprise, and still won't talk.
And like the one little girl that is with the four boys here, like, is looking around at the boys and is just like, I don't know if these guys are bandits.
I'm gonna go up to the little girl and be like, what's your name, sweetie?
She says, Kalissa.
Kalissa. That is a beautiful name. I'm Rin.
Okay.
It's nice to meet you.
Tamati just like puts down the leader, just falls over laughing.
Are you guys from around here?
And she nods. And the boy who sounded like he was the leader previously is just like, Kalissa, don't tell them anything.
Don't worry,
I'm
guys.
still on the ground laughing.
We took care of the bandits earlier.
They all kind of stop struggling and they're just like, "You're what? You're not the what?" Like,
No.
We're actually the people who got in the bandits to town.
somebody caught the bandits?
He has
Oh,
the
yeah.
Emerald Wing.
Mm-hmm.
We
Yeah.
took care of them.
And they all seem to, like, their mannerisms just change completely. They're just kind of like, you got the bandits? Like, we were...
Yeah.
Can we tell them like an embellished story about like how we summoned this great
Giant purple worm. 40 feet wide, 300 feet tall, towering over
It
us.
sounded a lot like this.
Can I roll a deception?
These,
They're
like,
kids, man.
like, you have a DC of like 5 to deceive these children. Like, it is not going to be difficult to lie to these children.
We become gods in their minds.
Just sit him down around the campfire, just telling him this great story.
Yes.
Saucer eyes. Like,
we let's like pull out like
Open
the little
mouth.
rations we have and like start feeding them and stuff.
okay. Yeah. After a little bit, they lead you back to their nearby, a small farming community where they were from, and they, like, their parents set you up with, after hearing the story and scolding the children for attempting to go take on bandits with wooden swords. They're just like, you're lucky these nice people were there and not the real bandits. They might not have been so nice to you. But
That's true.
they set you up with like a dry place to sleep for the night and some
Perfect.
food that is, home cooked.
Jeez,
And they,
Hobgoblins.
Yay.
Come on, it's all right.
they are a little intimidated by the hobgoblins, but don't
worry, they're nice.
Yeah, they pick up on the fact that the hobgoblins aren't so bad after a few minutes with the group. So you are.
Quick, how do you say stupid and hobgoblin?
Before we leave the kids, I want to crouch down and say like, I was a lot like you guys when I was younger, but there were bad things that happened to me when I was little, and I had to leave my home, and I had to leave my mom and my best friend. So I want you guys to do me a favor, okay? I want you to just enjoy being kids. And I want you to go home and hug your moms very tightly and tell them how much you appreciate them and love them.
Yeah, they.
Can you do that for me?
They nod. They're not entirely sure how to react, but they agree.
Okay. High fives.
Yeah, they all give you high fives.
So the extra 20 gold that we had, were there 11 kids?
There were
There's
like
like
5 kids. They're
Oh,
like,
okay. So we pull out a 10 gold and say, okay, guys, because don't
You're
ever
so
do
brave.
don't do ever do this again. But because you guys are so brave, here's 2 each.
yeah, they and their parents get these like looks on their eyes, just like, what is this? Because these are poor farmers. They probably 1 gold will run their entire farm for like a year. Like they are like.
Yay!
Yeah,
People-
let's just
people
pull
at this
that right
level-
out of the party fund.
Absolutely.
Yeah, people at this level of society operate on a pretty scant amount of money, and so
Were you guys-
2
were
gold
you
to
guys-
them is like a fortune. Like,
Were you guys attacked by the bandits at all, or?
and they like the kids nod, and some of the parents explain like, yeah,
How many
the
people-
bandits. What's that?
How many people in the area that you know of were like affected by the bandits?
Let's see,
All of them.
Yeah, every one of the families here has had to give the bandits something in order to get by over the last couple of months. They hit us pretty hard. It was.
I take out 50 gold from my bag and say, we have to be on our way, but if you could distribute this to the people that you know to help, get everyone kind of going and stuff, then.
One of the mothers just faints dead away, just swoons over. Like,
I'm gonna go over and use like prestidigitation to do like little puffs of air on her face, like, okay,
Yeah.
wake up.
Yeah, that like this is more money than any of them probably would have seen in a lifetime. There.
Don't spend it all in one place.
They probably couldn't if they tried.
I'll walk up to one of the farmers and hold out this piece of paper and say, "Do you have any items on this list? I'd ask you what the list or what they. I'd ask you what they are, but I can't read."
Can't Tamati read? I thought we.
I can. But, yeah.
Just like,
some, Anyway, yeah. Just ask them
Yeah,
if they have any items on the list. It's like they're willing to pay for it.
yeah, and they say we, of course, like we can give you plenty. Like they have. They load you up with big, like a few big sacks of barley and hops and the stuff that you'll need to. So.
And do you have like a medium-sized cask?
Sure. They have one of them actually is like a barrel maker. A hooper, I believe, is the. Like, so they,
Yeah. See, there's hooper. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Excellent.
Which one is Wainwright? Wainwright is Wheels, I think.
Is it? Yeah, you're probably right.
Oh.
I think so.
No, I
Anyway.
don't know. One of those.
I don't
things.
remember either. It's one of the two. We'll go with hooper.
They give you a good oak cask.
Oh, that looks great. So I'm now gonna go back and like read through the list and start just dumping everything into the cask, trying to like start the ale and then just put a stopper in it, drop it in the bag of holding, and then forget about it.
Okay. Which actually, being in the bag of holding is great because you don't want oxygen when you're fermenting. That is like so.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay.
As someone who is actually homebrewed, I can tell you this.
Excellent.
Yeah, you stay the night, and like you get just sort of like this hero's treatment from all of the farmers after all the money that you've given them and the fact that you helped their kids. They send you on your way with enough food to, like, rations to feed you for a couple of weeks.
Perfect.
And you head out the next morning on your way. And it's another dismal day. Much heavier rain this time. Let's see, I think because of the nature of the hex grid that you actually, within this amount of time, are able to travel pretty much all the way to Dark and Flat.
I love
Nice.
it. Sounds.
So Dark and Flat is it's not a huge town. It's slung kind of low to the ground along the side of this big swampy, marshy area that all the way to the west there is a pretty vast marsh that eventually you can see in the distance turns to a swampy area with trees growing in the marsh. And as you make your way into town late in the evening, Giles says, it might be a little expensive, but we could hire a boat here to cross the swamplands quickly. Says, given the bad weather that we've had lately, it might be a little more expensive than it ordinarily would, but we'll make much better time if we take a boat across the swampland.
I'm for it. Let's check it out.
Never been on a boat before. That's a lie. I have. Just sounds good. Dwarves are short. They can't swim very well.
Oh.
Heavy play mail. Not good.
Could have prank one friend.
The water was only this deep.
Do you want to look into the boat this evening, or do you want to wait until morning and check around then?
How evening is it?
It's
like after hours evening?
It's 7:30 or 8 by the time you...
Yeah, let's wait until morning.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Be on folks' good side.
Yeah, you find lodging that is like so inexpensive as to be functionally free. I will say, like, take a gold off the party fund for lodging. And you find lodging for the night and go to sleep, wake up. Giles says, I do know a couple of the men who contract out riverboats, but says I've never actually used their services. I couldn't tell you which ones are honest, which ones are going to charge you more. That's not something I'm...
Well, let's ask around.
Yeah, should we ask around? I can do that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Straight
gonna ask
charisma check.
Charisma check?
Widely charms.
Who are we asking?
19.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you hear a few names, but the name that everyone says, as far as if you want the boats that are in the best condition and a captain who knows what he's doing, which under these conditions you probably want, then you're going to want to speak to a man named Jamarion.
Jamariel?
Jamarion.
Jamarion. Okay.
Yeah.
Jamarion.
Yeah, what's the name of this town, David?
Dark and Flat.
Jamolio. Sounds like a respectable person.
Head over to Jamarion's place.
Yeah.
All right. So there are sort of docks along the swampy edge of town that where the level clearly gets too deep for buildings to actually be sustainable, and so there's a dock leading off in that direction. There are a few riverboats docked along it. One of them is owned by... Let's see, what is he? I have to find him in my notes. Yeah, he's an elf. So you
Oh, I fluffed my hair. Be extra sure my ears are hidden.
Okay. The Jamarion is an elf who he has a sort of close-cropped, neat beard, that like a full beard that is cropped in pretty close. Most elves don't grow facial hair, but he apparently has enough mixed blood from some other race somewhere in his history. He looks to be basically full elf, but somewhere back in his past he has something that allows him to grow some decent facial hair, unlike 90% of elves.
Or me.
Yeah.
So I can grow a beard either? Or,
What's
wait,
that?
I'm half elf, never mind. So you can't rock a beard?
Yeah. Yeah, he sees you all coming, like, looks at the strangeness of the group, and just kind of, like, cocks his head, and he's like, well, now then, this is interesting. Like, what can I do for all of you?
We need to get to Tandinshold. And we were hoping that we could use your services to get across this.
I can do that. I can get you across right quick, but there's quite a lot of you. My riverboat will be a bit cramped.
How long does it take to get across?
Oh, I can have you a day out of Tandinshold by evening tonight.
Wow.
Oh,
Well, we could go in shifts. We could go ahead and then our hobgoblin friends could come behind, perhaps?
Yeah, the hobgoblins look a little uncomfortable. Their
With that?
their
half and
experience,
half.
their
No.
experiences with elves have culturally been
Right.
mixed.
Right.
They're not so certain of that. They kind of look like they would rather stay with the group.
Yeah.
Would all of us on the boat be just like not sitting room? Would it like make it dangerous boat weight-wise?
Yeah.
Boat?
It wouldn't be dangerous. It'd just be crowded, a little uncomfortable, likely hot.
It's been mostly like freezing, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
at least
mean,
be dry.
I mean, I could stay back with someone else or two or so other people and go with the hobgoblins if needed.
Don't split the party.
Yeah, let's not split the
Let's
party.
just be
we can handle
close
a
quartered.
little bit of discomfort. As
Yeah,
long
we've
as
been
it's-
in soaking rain. I mean, we can handle close quarters for today.
Just put a rowboat out the back, tie it on. I'll sit in the.
It's just depending on how much you're willing to pay. I could get one of my colleagues to take half of you, and I can take half of you, and I can direct him as we go along.
How much do you charge for your service?
It's I would say I'd charge you 25 gold per passenger.
Per passenger? Let me think here.
About 20 of us.
That's 150 for our party plus Giles' own.
Would Giles and the hobgoblins have their own?
Friends are.
We also have Tathia.
There are 10 hobgoblins with us.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at 400 gold to get all of us.
Do they have their own money? They can.
Yeah.
The hobgoblins can pay their own way.
Oh, they can.
And
okay.
Giles, is he covered by us, or is he self?
Giles would
and we have
probably be
Tathael.
covered by you guys.
We do have
Tathael
Tathael.
also.
We have Tathael.
That's fine.
We shoved some mace in the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Anybody that doesn't need to breathe, hop in.
I need to stay breathing.
Yeah.
Hey, some mace!
We love you, buddy.
Way to take one for the team.
No.
It's for your safety. If you fall in the water, you just...
You won't rest.
Oh, well, we can just use maces for Tathaels.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
I say we do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we're looking at...
Doesn't have any other necromancers to kill or bandits to scare.
Yeah. We're looking at 150 then. Yeah? Sorry, guys.
I thought you were crying about giving up so much money there for a second.
No.
I was like, all right, Laura.
I've got a little bit of heartburn right now.
Yeah, you're good.
Owie.
I believe that's 175 because Giles also.
Yep.
Yeah, I was counting for Giles.
You guys, Tathael and Giles.
Minus Sameas.
Oh, yes. You know who I wasn't counting for was Sameas. I didn't count him anyway.
Well, yeah, I'm not counting for Sameas. Sameas is in the bag of holding.
Well, I know.
So.
I mean, I didn't count him before he was in the bag of holding. That's where I got messed up. Okay. I gotta do some math here. Actually, that'll... Okay. So I hand over the 175.
Yeah,
I just had to figure out how much we had left.
Yeah, he takes the pouch of gold and smiles and nods. Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
If you are all ready to load up, then you can board my boat. We will get on our way.
Embark.
I'm a sailor. I sailed.
Yeah, so you all board his riverboat, and it is a little cramped. Even.
Are we all inside a structure, or is it an open?
You're all inside. It's covered. Okay. It's it is a little cramped, and it is a little bit uncomfortable because the boat keeps swaying and occasionally knocks a couple of you into one another, that sort of thing. But and it's just a good solid 8 hours of that. So, but,
it's like going to Rexburg.
Yeah. But yeah, after a long, sort of uncomfortable day of travel, there are... Let's see. Let me make a couple checks. Yeah, you do see movement out in the swamp a couple of times, some kind of creature that is out there, but nothing ever actually gets close. It all hangs far away, and nothing ever causes you any trouble. And so...
Would I have been able to recognize what the creature was, kind of lurking around?
No, it was a pretty brief glimpse. You wouldn't have gotten a lot of an idea of what it even looked like. Yeah.
Just movement.
Why?
The shark
Hurry
guy.
Sea monsters, just decoration.
Jamarion brings the boat into a dock on the other side of the swampland, and
Yes.
he says, "Well, we're lucky. We made good time. Wind was with us. Didn't get bothered by anything in the swamp. It's a pleasure to have done business with you."
And you as
Very,
well.
thank you.
Tamani gets off the boat, steps on land, and falls over. Sea legs,
Yeah,
right? That's what they mean.
Jamarion says,
Ren gets out and reaches down to touch her toes, try and stretch her hips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jamarion says, if you're ever looking for a ride through the swamps again, look me up. I'll be happy to do further business with you.
We'll keep that in mind.
And you make camp for the night here, not far from the shore of the swampland, whatever you would.
Can
like
we
to call
please
that.
go away from the shore? I don't want to be swamp cracking in the middle of the night.
Swamp cracking.
Yeah. Like a ways away. You're not
Okay.
right next
Dianoga.
to it or anything. You're like,
Okay.
It's the creature that like sucked Luke underneath, and
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. A Dianoga.
Something just touched me. There's something alive in here.
I don't know. It's just let go. Lost her impression. Okay.
Yeah, you
It's a good movie.
make camp for the night and sleep. And actually, these tents, for as dismal as the weather is, they are slightly more comfortable than the boat was.
Yeah. I can stretch out.
We all kind of sprawl out, just like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in one of the tents by myself, with my head sticking out, my feet sticking out. Just because that's how short the tent is.
Yes.
It's still wet.
You sleep for the night. In the morning, you awaken. And
Did
begin
anybody
your
else
journey.
have
You
a
can see-
super weird dream last night?
Nope.
You mean the one about the dream pool?
Yes!
Oh.
Yeah.
That was a while
wait.
ago.
Yeah, I was like, a couple days ago, I had a doozy.
I feel like I don't remember how it ended.
That was before you guys got to Tigminster, I believe.
I
that
know,
I
I
had said
was-
it was like,
I wanted to throw it out there.
I figured that was going to come up.
The end of a dream.
Yeah.
Huh?
I killed the
You know
number.
when you can't remember the end of a dream?
Oh, I know.
After one point I can't remember.
how can your dreams be real if your eyes aren't real?
Stop that.
You wake up
Somebody
the
got a
next
spitting
morning and begin the travel. You can see Tandinshold on the horizon. It is a walled city that is. It's a ways off. You're still probably most of the day away, but you can see it from here. It's not nearly as large as Mardaway, but it is certainly a far cry from the sleepy little backwater that was Bexlode. So, you travel throughout one last dismal, uncomfortable, rainy day before you approach the city walls of Tandinshold. I think that is where we will call it for tonight.
Yay!
Yay!
This is a great mission.
We actually made it!
Yes!
We're not cliffhangering in the middle of a battle.
As a lightning dragon comes from the sky, roll initiative.
Surprise!
20 second.
Yeah, I had no way of knowing how you were going to handle things that way. That was just bizarre. Like
That was awesome. That
So
was
funny.
the best. That's like a defining moment for the group, I think. That's like...
I'm gonna head to bed, guys. That was
Night.
fun.
Good night.
Yeah.
I just rolled 2 natural ones. That's not a good sign.
I'm going to
Held
send
him off
Daniel
long enough.
attempts.
A 10 and a 14.
Daniel attempts to stay awake. Natural 1. Uh-oh.
I'm going.
I think I'm
Nah,
going to
it's
send
good.
Craig away. So goodbye, Craig.
Bye, Craig.
Bye, Craig.
And now he says, now Craig says, I'm not recording that channel. Craig.
You better been recording this whole time. I was
The
snapping.
bots are in rebellion tonight.
Particularly Craig. Craig, get out of here.
Bye, Craig. Goodbye, Craig.
Craig, I'm
Craig,
talking-
snap out of it. Craig, snap out of it. Craig,
Remember
snap
the
out of
purple
it.
worm, Craig?
Snap out of it.
It knows your scent.
Get out of here, Craig.
I love it. Used to be like, hey, Craig. Now it's like, Craig.
Craig, get out of here, Craig.
Cool. Well, I think I'm gonna head out.
Time is over.
All
Later,
right.
Chris.
Good night,
See you guys.
See ya. Awesome.
I feel like we needed I feel like we should do like at least once a month a weekend game so we can get like more time. You know what I mean? And
A
not
little more spaced in.
Yeah.
Like I say,
mo-
I'm good for whatever.
yeah, like mostly do the Thursday nights, but you know every now and then just like stretch out and whatever. Yeah.
Or if it's like a super cliffhanger that we already know that the next part of the battle is already planned for, do
Yeah.
2 days in a row.
Yeah, that'd be fun too.
There we go.
See you guys later.
David's like, no.
See you guys.
See
See
you
you
later.
later.
Bye.
I just want Craig to stop. Craig, stop.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Be cool, bro.
I mean, even all the awesomeness aside, I'm super excited to learn all the backstory of my family. Holy smokes.
Right?
Yeah.
Shoo.
Yeah, and I gotta go write a freaking how to become a man speech. Which I'm really excited for. I know, I was sitting there trying to like find something cool in the depths of my brain, and I'm like, okay, in order to be a man, this is what you gotta know. And I'm like, I got nothing.
No, so what you do is you go look up the original from the movie, and then you
It's
just
like, to
tweak
be a
it. You
man,
just
you
reword
must
it
do a
in
step
Smiley
in
speak.
Coursing River.
Yeah, except they never actually wrote the speech.
They never wrote it?
I was looking it up. They never actually officially wrote the full speech.
Aww.
I know. I was like, I was right there, like, okay, I'm gonna pull it up and just read it word for word. And then it's like, yeah, the writers of the show never actually fully completed it.
Aww.
It's like what you see in the movie is what they wrote down. I'm like, no, you can't do that to me.
What movie are we talking about?
Secondhand Lions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that in years. Did you know Travis Willingham's in that movie?
He
By
is?
the way,
He
yes.
shows up as one of the hoods that they beat up, and
Oh, dude!
Appropriate.
he's in the background.
Dude, I gotta go watch it now.
And which guy is he in Critical Role?
He's
Grog.
Grog the Goliath.
Sweet. That's
Oh, there's a
awesome.
picture. There's a picture, but I won't let me zoom in. How dare you do that to me?
Craig will not listen to me.
Craig.
Billion.
I really hope he's actually been recording all this, but I don't know how to get him to stop now when he won't listen.
All right. Maybe they did. Oh, somebody left. Oh,
I heard the
it
doo-doo.
was
I think that was Chris, yeah.
Chris. Bless you.
Bless you.
Let you.
Thank you.
Sometimes the things that may or may not be true are the things a man needs to believe in the most. That people are basically good. That honor, courage, and virtue mean everything. That power and money and power mean nothing. That good always triumphs over evil. And I want you to remember that. Or remember this. That love. True love never dies. You remember that, boy. You remember that. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. You see, a man should believe in these things because those are the things worth believing in.
That seems good enough. Just rewrite Just reword that for
like it.
Tamati.
Yeah, sure, right? One of these days we'll do another thunder wave of purple worms, and I'll just whip that out, be like, so sometimes the things may or may not need to be true, you know? It's just that the people are basically good. Yeah, how do you tell that to a bandit?